said I was ready, and then I got lost in my Stream Deck menus. It's fine.
I thought it was because I'd read that you'd said you were ready, and then I just ignored it and not replied properly.
No, it's because so I'm having to do music through Spotify right now because Pretzel doesn't want to work for some weird reason that I'll have to figure out later. But I have my Spotify menus like buried deep within my Stream Deck because I don't use it on stream anymore. But I still like to have it handy when I'm like working and stuff. So I had to figure out how to get out of the menu and back to where I needed to be. It's fine, don't worry about it. We're here and we're ready and everything is great. And we're starting late again because I don't know how to deal with time anymore.
That's fine.
It's fine. It is fine and normal. I'm glad you like the new emote, Nem. I don't know how long I'll, like, actually keep it as an emote, but I thought it was funny and topical. So, you know. Yoriko is the worst, hands down. We all agree. She got Gun Grandpa killed, and it's horrible.
I don't know. Gun Granddad seems to be the one who knows most about what's happening, and he just looked out and went like, oh, it's this fucked. Well.
Okay, well, he did that to himself. But before that...
Yeah, Yoriko got him killed a lot of times before that.
Yeah, and you know
and
what?
She pulled that face.
And then she pulled that face, and yeah, and it's very funny to me. The face, not the situation. Yeah.
A man died and you're pogging.
She's a monster, what can we say?
Unbelievable.
Hold on a second, I do need to move my camera just a touch. Because it keeps wiggling around. That's fine. It's hot. It's hot as fuck here today. So, we'll see how long we stream for. Hopefully the entire time, but we might have to call it short. You just gotta deal with that. Trying to think if there's, like, anything else that I need to, like, say or do or talk about.
It's 12 here. I could trade. I don't want to trade, I just want to share, I guess. If I trade, I'll burn.
You don't want the 31 seed weather. It's bad here. It's bad.
Every day out. Probably
that would be fun.
A bit hot.
I mean, it'd be better than what it is now.
Yeah.
That sounds exciting. Oh, hold on. Is Touch Portal not working? Why don't we have sounds? Oh, because I forgot to connect it, that's why. There we go. Now you can rock fact all you want, Nem. I open.
Is a rock fact.
That's a rock fact.
A rock fact.
That's too many facts? That's too many facts. Oh! There was a wah. I heard it. It was there. It existed.
Nice.
I think we're just gonna do the thing. We're just gonna start playing.
We're gonna be Tomoko.
Tomato. Oh! Yeah, it's bad here.
It's red out.
It's incredibly red out. I have no weapon. We're playing as an 8-year-old pretending to be 17. It's bad.
It's really not good.
Tomoko,
the 7-year-old son we're babysitting yesterday was actually a 5-year-old pretending to be 7. So I'm assumed he was older because he was getting so many victory royales. He's a Fortnite prodigy.
Oh my god. Oh my god. 5-year-olds are wild.
Apparently they're wildly good at Fortnite.
Freaking kids, am I right? Hold on. Why are there bugs here? Why are there bugs on here? Are those bugs? Are those bugs?
Possibly. Maybe they're just like, I don't know, something tied on?
Oh, maybe. Where are
Just
you?
nice little bows. Someone's
trying to get around the corner.
Yeah, it's just attached onto the outside.
Yeah, yeah.
Weird little detail.
Strange.
Did the hammering people do that?
Possibly?
They boarded up the window right next to it. Or it could just be like a custom of the village that we don't know anything about because we've got no one to ask now. They're all zombies or shooting themselves and then a zombie.
I miss Gun Grandpa. Okay, we just have to escape. I had completely forgotten what our mission was. It's just to leave. Whole point is to just leave.
Yo, I had an epiphany, by the way.
Oh?
So, Gun Granddad.
Mm-hmm.
We know that he shot himself because of the pog face. And we know that he comes back later as a zombie.
Yeah.
The character right at the start of the game got shot and like healed from it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably because he wasn't all the way dead yet. I think he's got the zombie virus.
Oh,
whatever
Kyoya?
we're dealing with, I think he's infected.
Oh, 100%. Oh, 100%. And that's terrifying. I'm scared to know what's gonna happen to him. Excited
Yoko
to find
probably
out.
is as well. She's also got shot, and she definitely drank a lot of blood.
100%.
That could be what does it.
I mean, the nun lady that we met as Kyoya, and who was hanging out with Kai, I don't know how to say his name. She talked about how the red water flows within you, and
yeah, it's full of zombie juice.
Yeah, don't drink the blood water. You will turn into a zombie.
Yeah,
it's bad there.
You'll turn into a zombie, which already sucks, and then you have to do work even when you're a zombie. You have to do like hard manual labor as a zombie.
It's so bad.
And then you turn into a bug man, which is it's just a step too far if you ask me.
Turn me into a zombie. Fine. Make me do work. I'm not gonna be happy about it, but I'll do it. Turn me into a bug man. No. Unacceptable. Will not. Do we have any submissions in this?
I normally check on the second mission, but I can never look at the one.
No, that's okay. We can wait until
I normally leave you to wander blindly and scream and run around the first time.
That's right. That's right. I have to remember that this is the first time we've been here. I know it's the first time that we've been here,
but... so many missions. Oh, Jesus.
Can you not climb? Oh, you idiot child.
Idiot baby, please.
Terrible, horrible baby.
How far after she got split with Priest is this?
That's a good
question.
She's
just been hiding here the whole time.
She just hasn't left. This is 5 p.m. Where is... It's been like 4 or 5 hours?
Yeah.
That's... I just wanted to see what mission it was. I didn't want to actually travel to it. It's fine.
Pretty sure that's the one. I think it's Kai's second mission. His first one, he didn't have an escort person.
There isn't enough time to be fiddling with that. Well...
I don't have time for locks.
No, they just want me to escape, but... Fling coins?
Fling coins away.
Wait, open the offering box with the key to offertory box. Flung the coins away. Didn't realize I had... Oh, that's the key I picked up with Kai, I guess, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, when she hid in the thing.
Also, somebody spotted me and I don't know who. Oh! Oh, sorry. They heard me. They heard me fling the box.
Yeah. Probably meant... it's alarm.
Okay, well...
Did it right. It succeeded. They will learn.
I just want to know what's down here. This running through the level, me just trying to figure out what's around. There's a gunman over there. I see that gunman.
Isn't this where Brian is live?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Wasn't red when Brian was here.
No, it wasn't. When was Brian here, actually?
Day 2, I think. Oh, were it like really late in day 1?
Might have been really late in day 1, because it was
Or it could be
Tammin
before this,
quest,
so
wasn't it?
it's really late day 1. Yeah.
Tammin returns for Yorko to find her staring longingly at the water and admonishes her. This is Brian. 8 o'clock.
Stop drinking the fucking blood, you idiot!
So it becomes less red.
And Yoriko's just like...
Yeah, just like that. This emote was a good idea. Oh, there's somebody up there.
Yeah, it was.
I regret nothing. I mean, I regret everything, really, but, you know.
Is this the character who's very interesting because she's bad at every possible task?
No, that's Risa.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like it does also apply to Tomoko, but...
Yeah, we haven't played as Tomoko yet, right?
Nah, we've just had her hang around.
Yeah.
Okay, can I do anything with the coins?
I would like 1 coin, please.
Give
Can
me
I
the
buy-
dang coin.
A handgun off the merchant.
Please. Give this child a gun!
What are you buying? I will have 1 broken butterfly, please.
Thank you. Okay, I don't know where anyone's gone. I'm probably gonna regret coming down here.
Hey, you gotta go down here at some point.
Do I know?
Possibly? Very, very red.
It's incredibly flooded. There is a man right there.
I bet one of these is the man who goes on to become False Brian. Brian with a Y.
Not the false Brian.
Trolling outside the cop car.
I'd believe it. Can I get into the cop car, by the way?
If you take the ammo, you'll create a time paradox, so don't do that.
Well, I don't have a gun for the ammo anyway.
It's true.
Tomoko would probably just look at it and be like, I can't throw these fast enough.
Yeah, there's no way Tomoko can throw them good enough. In? Car in? Don't yell at car.
It's like you could get in. Get in car.
Can we
Are we-
drive?
What are we doing right now? Is this how the car gets set ablaze? You fool! Tomoko, what have you done?
We should leave.
What have you done? Tomoko!
This is fine. It'll lure all the men out of position, which is very important. Because the next thing we're gonna do is exploit that by...
Bye.
winning the game.
Okay. No! Don't. No shouts.
I've got a plan.
Ah!
For 5 minutes. A distraction.
I want to watch our flag mean stuff again.
Oh, we need more. We need to make the rest real fast.
Honestly.
They have to hurry.
No, don't shout. Stop
The
shouting.
horrible fish altar. The merman altar.
Oh, there's people coming up here. Bad sounds.
That's the building you were just in.
Yeah. Oh my god, this is so wiggly.
making bad sounds.
Someone get this kid an inhaler.
Zombie needs an inhale.
Honestly. Okay, I'm trying to, like, see if there's anyone, like, directly in front of me, and it doesn't seem like it.
Worried about that rifle, man.
Same. I just don't want anyone to know I'm here, but also it's very dark. There was someone up here.
Can't climb because we're real bad. Unbelievable.
Terrible idiot child. Ah! Ah!
Yeah, wrong way.
I tried to
Right,
turn!
so I'll leave you to it. Yeah. There is a quick turn, but I've no idea how to do it.
You just tap back on the analog.
Okay.
I always forget to do it until I've already started turning.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay,
And then
hold
if
on.
you quick turn, you're still facing the wrong way.
Right? Okay, so we have to get to the patrol car. That is the current objective. So if we get
Siren
down there, I think I have to go to Harayadori. I think that's the way that I have to go because everywhere else is too high for my tiny little baby arms to climb.
Lure the gunman down with the siren and then run around behind him?
Possibly. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This is horrible and terrible.
It's horrible and terrible. It's always horrible and terrible.
Yep. This, I think, is manageable, though. We'll wait to do this. I don't know what I would need that for. Maybe that's like a second objective thing.
Yeah.
No! Gunman! No, Gunman, please! Why were you there? Maybe I do lure him up with the... with the change thing.
Gotta give it one of these. Change could be useful. I'm still doing this, apparently. I'm sticking with this bit.
I like this bit. This is a good bit. It's just spaghetti. We just got spaghettis.
Yeah.
Also, apparently I'm dropping frames again. Why is this happening?
Oh, geez.
Why
It
is
does
my
do
internet?
that when it's too hot.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it do.
heat.
It's horrible.
The internet's drying up before it gets in the tubes.
Terrible. Horrible. Let me lower my bit rate a bit, I suppose, and see if that helps at all. So sorry if quality drops. Not that, you know, that's too horrible. It's fine. What's the other thing that I can do to fix this? Possibly.
This is the plan today now. Stream spoiler discussion.
I love it. I'm here for it. Sorry. We get to sit here while I troubleshoot some stuff. It's not a significant amount of frames.
Really, technically. So it's
We'll just enjoy the Yoriko Pogim up.
Perfect, beautiful. You love to see it. Okay, hopefully this helps a little bit. Again, it's telling me it's 0.3% of my frames have been dropped. It's not a significant amount. Am I big Kaysh now?
Why did Kaysh become big?
Hold on. There we go.
It does happen sometimes.
I don't know, like, I know it's because there's something that I have set up as a hotkey for it. but I don't know what key it is because it's always something different. I can never recreate the situation, and it's horrible. How do I make big Kayshurrr? Thank you for letting me know, though, Nem. Y'all don't just get that for free.
Is Kayshurr's werewolf become big when moon is full? Where big?
Is Kayshurr's big? Fling those coins.
Key to
Right.
offertory box.
Ah!
Yeah, she did jump down immediately when we do that.
Okay, well, how do I... Where do I...
Hey, there's the pool. Wait, if you drink the water, Tammin yells at you.
Are you saying
No
I should
idea
drink
why. It looked like good water to me.
Are you saying I should drink it and maybe that'll summon Tammin?
What the blooming heck are you doing? Get away from that puddle, you daft.
Now I'm gonna drink it. I'm gonna dink my lighter! Okay, I'm not... There's Gunman. Who the fuck just saw me?
Did it flash?
No, but I saw somebody who saw a red pool and I assumed it was where I was. I think this is who we just scared away? Are you gonna make Gunman go away?
There's getting stairs. Which is why we have to go around to the car. The long way? No, where's Gunman?
Gunman's right
Gunman's-
here!
It's just on the stairs, like, right in front of where you start, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So wait, did I do a good
How did
thing
we
by...
get past Gunman?
I went down the stairs! Did I...
Stairs he's on or these stairs? Thought we gone around this way. But, like, how do you get...
I couldn't go
Did we
down
walk
was
across
the
in front of him
issue.
and he just wasn't looking? Ah, that's blocked. We can't go that way.
Yeah. So I
So
went
there's
there
just
and I
one set
got...
of stairs that we can get down. And he has a sniper on it.
Yeah. We went there.
Huh.
I have to go over there and lure him over there. I understand. Okay.
That makes
okay.
sense.
I just hadn't put that together because that's the first place we went last time. Okay.
This makes sense. And then we just go up and round and run back. And then all the way down to the village if the path isn't blocked, which it might be.
Yeah.
I think the part of the level we went to last time just doesn't factor in this. There's no way out from there. She can't even climb anything, so she can't, like, leave except the way she went in.
Yeah.
Probably where the second mission is, if we're honest. But for now,
Let's very quietly make our way over here. What are you doing? I know it looks like I can get in. Can you get in? Okay.
what is
What
the
happens-
switch?
What if I... Okay, the engine won't start. I just wanted to know if that did do anything, and it doesn't. So we gotta toggle the switch on. I can see through your head, Tomoko. The top of your head was non-existent, ma'am.
Ah, not that way.
But I can't run... I can't
Back
run
up
that...
the stairs is... I was thinking back up the stairs, but you might be
They
right.
they come over so fast.
Please.
Sir.
What? How did you know?
Can I come over here and go up this way?
Can we get down somehow? If we can't climb up, can we jump down? This is horrible.
Who
Good
just
grief, quick. I just said good grief.
Yeah, you did.
These are fast lads.
Yeah, they are.
Do we know him? Is it the cop?
I don't think so.
Is it the teacher? I don't know anyone else who's dead at this point.
How horrible would that be?
It's not Gun Granddad, because he has a gun. I mean, he has a rifle. The guy only has a pistol.
His rifle is gun?
His rifle is gun. Oh, that's why they're quick. They can climb.
Horrible.
Lady, why can't you climb?
Look, if you are 17, you can climb.
She's two
You can climb if you want
6-year-olds
to. Oh,
hiding in a tracksuit.
Oh, no!
Please don't shoot this baby.
This is horrible. Two kids running in a tracksuit. Stop wiggling! Horrible wiggler.
Horrible wiggler.
Horrible wiggler. He's going up the stairs. Go up the stairs. No, go up the stairs, gunman!
Do we need to go up the stairs? I don't know where we go, actually. It must be.
I don't know.
Hey, guy, do you want to go out of the way?
Oh,
That's fine.
gunman
Going
is
up
going
the
up the
stairs.
stairs. Oh, that was a horrible noise.
It was.
Bad. Bad, 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 bad. Also, Rifleman is back on the stairs. Great.
Yeah.
This
We
is
can
this
run
is,
past him, we just can't
yeah.
go up there.
Yeah, no, that's fine, because this is...
If it's only the melee one left in front of us,
We should be able to just bolt.
yeah, should be able to make a break for it.
Okay, okay. Okay. Oh, I'm scared.
This is fine. Just act like you're meant to be here. You won't know to shoot you.
I can't make myself wide enough to blend in.
Is there not a spread button?
There's no spread button. Okay, okay, this is fine. This is fine.
Yeah.
Tomoko, don't get tired now. Don't get tired now! Okay.
It's fine. Well, these are it just put you in a terrifying situation. And actually that bad. Although you do worry about mission 2.
Always. Always worried about mission 2. Okay, this is fine. We're doing great, actually.
Good job, Tomato. Why are we now, Kogan?
What are we doing? What are we doing, sir? Mission 2?
The skull one with the spiders.
No!
Do we have mission 2?
I don't know.
Hydra.
I can do that. Thank you, Nam. No, no, we do
Do not
not.
have mission 2. We kind of need to work out what we've not done for these mission 2s at some point.
Right? Grip it and
Guess
rip
I'll just
it!
Hydra.
Perfect. We have Risa's...
I will
second
have a look
mission.
and see what level the mission you need to do to open one of these is.
Okay.
Because we've probably completed the missions, but we don't know. There's other stuff in there, and we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
What mission are we
gonna-
most interested in doing?
I mean, we haven't seen Tammin in a hot minute.
Oh,
So there's day 2 at 10 a.m. 10:29. The Bridge of Return.
that's the one with the gun granddad.
Yeah. Oh, it is.
Please.
That's the only Tammin mission that isn't fully complete, though. Curious.
I need to find a guide that was written by someone who understands that this would be a question that someone would ask. How do I unlock the level? And not just, well, obviously they'd have played it in order from my guide, so they'd already have done that earlier. Okay, Akira, day 1. Fuck, it's the one where you hide Yoriko in front of the Kawasaki house.
Okay.
It's the speedrun level. Don't have to speedrun it anymore, but it is the speedrun level.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. Alright, what do we do? What do we do?
I'll look at a different one.
Nope, nope, we're here.
Are you the one
Oh.
who's been calling me?
I'm scared. Okay, you have to complete Tammin day 2 10 a.m. or this objective isn't even possible. It just won't work. We have done that. That's the one you need to do this to unlock the second mission for. Get Yoriko, have her hide near Kawasaki's house. She'll hide in plain sight next to the house, after which you get a cutscene and the sub-objective is completed.
Alright.
You don't even have to knock out the nearby sniper while doing this, since he is scripted to miss Yoriko. Just make sure to keep Akira hidden or he will get shot though.
Great. Wonderful. I don't have to speedrun. I have to remind myself I don't have to rush.
Timer means nothing. Not even worried about it.
Timer is a lie. Okay. I need to figure out where Kawasaki's house is. Oh, it's that one. Okay.
It's not... We need to shoot the bad sniper, but other than that...
Yeah.
Should be okay.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
Yeah. Where is Sniper? Just out of curiosity.
Thought there were one on the house in front of you, but I'm not sure. I think that were me guessing where the third sniper was.
He might be on this house?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry. There
that's
is
okay.
definitely one on the house across.
Yeah. Okay.
Ooh, it's flash red. Please stop.
Ooh, hi! It's very nice to be able to just shoot everyone. Move!
Making Akira quick scope at his age. They should feel ashamed. Watch out for the bad sniper behind you.
Yep, yep. Hey, hey!
Not touch. That is the worst noise they've made yet. That was also the worst camera angle he could possibly have done at that point.
Horrible.
Nope.
That's a tree.
I think he's a bit further right.
Yeah, I have no idea where I am in relation to anything. I'm trying to shoot a sniper, Yoriko! It's like over here somewhere?
Yeah, that's where I thought it was. It's very hard to see him. I think that hit the
Mind if I ask what you're doing?
tree. I think the tree's hitbox is wider than the actual tree.
There's man. Got him.
Yeah, you got. If you wanted such a weird spot, you'd have just been able to shoot him when you were coming out of that house, and it'd have made everything so much more consistent.
Right. Oh.
This is the sniper that will miss every time. Because he's
Yeah.
scripted to do that. Oh, thanks, guide. Okay, yeah, that's a lie. The guide has lied. I'm sorry, Cash.
That's
I only
okay.
know what Game FAQs tells me, and it's a den of lies.
It's. I was gonna say it's not. I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
This was the same guide that said if you arrive a second late, it'll still give you the mission 2 complete. Nope. You arrive 0.7 seconds late, actually, it won't give you a...
Maybe you have to be 1 second on the mark late. Oh my god. Okay.
I like that she always runs to the same place now, though.
Mm-hmm. It is very nice. It makes it much easier to know where I'm going. So we'll just follow this path that we know so well.
Oh no.
It's a familiar road.
A lonely road.
Thank goodness.
The only one that I have ever known.
I dropped my school ID somewhere.
Will I walk
Got
alone?
attacked while looking
Don't know
for
where it goes.
Thank you so much.
But I walk alone. I walk alone. Are you not coming? Come here.
I think you were off stream where you just went, remember back in the day when we used to think Green Day went hard?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that was off stream. Oh.
Rotating up there, guy. If only the gun was less wiggly.
What you're doing?
Okay, and then we reload.
Do you need to find the sniper who shoots at Yoriko? Because apparently he's not scripted to miss, actually.
Actually. It's like right in here. But it's all tree.
Could be
Looks like
further
we can climb our
down.
way up here.
Move!
Yoriko, please.
Yoriko, we were spotted, and I'm scared that it was the sniper.
Yoriko!
Girl
This
has
is
a
a bad
death wish.
place to stay.
Okay, Yoriko, we're gonna
I'll
do
use you
something
as
a little
armor.
bold.
It's fine.
Okay. Now wait.
Is he on top of that shack?
I think he's behind the shack.
Right, yeah. Yeah, we've fought this one before. Unless...
He might be on the lower roof, actually. There he is.
There he is. Sneaky boy. Fuck. Please don't shoot Granddaddy.
Turn.
It don't stay turned long.
No.
I don't know why, when you tell her to hide, she goes to that spot in front of the sniper.
Because she's an idiot.
After about 10 seconds, it should play a cutscene. Possibly. Okay, maybe not. Maybe that's the wrong spot? Maybe there's another spot around this house she can hide?
But that's...
Can we go around the back?
I can try.
Find out like this.
What
What?
are you
I
doing
bet the
there?
professor's going to be pretty angry.
I bet the professor's gonna be pretty angry.
Let him be angry. Have you considered not being an idiot?
How you meant to work this out?
Stinky. Are you...
What is she doing? Is she pogging down there?
Probably. Okay, you know what? It's fine. Let's go somewhere else. Hide? Did she go back here?
Did she go to a new place?
Where is she gone?
Where is she gone?
Yoriko!
Yoriko, please! Where is she? She's really hiding.
Where did she go?
She hid.
What the fuck?
We asked her to hide. She has vanished.
Can she just stay vanished then? For like ever?
Apparently
No!
it's the wrong spot because we can't. We didn't get the cutscene.
I am incredibly confused.
Yoriko is horrible.
Maybe the sniper can't shoot her if she's actually properly hidden.
Yeah,
Because-
maybe.
When she got shot, she was just kind of standing there doing a dance. And then when I shot the sniper and she hid, she actually crouched down. Right?
Okay.
So maybe she's just an idiot and didn't know how to hide properly.
It's
I
possible.
I had to stop myself from shooting her as she stepped in front of my sights.
Could be around that side of that house looked like a good hiding spot. If she'd have actually been following you and not running in some random direction, that could have worked.
Yeah.
I think she like got confused and just wandered off. And then when you told her to hide, she went to the nearest hiding spot, which is somewhere across the map or on a different map or
In a different plane of existence.
in between the lines of the game's code.
She's in the system. Get her out of there, sir.
You're gonna be playing Spyro and Yoriko's gonna be in there.
Gonna
Left
cry.
my school ID somewhere and got attacked while looking for it.
The way that he just does not let me aim anywhere until I've just aggressively hit the analog multiple times right in the knee is very frustrating.
We might need to do the Tamon mission and then do this, just considering the game's like weird and dumb. We have done the Tamon mission, but we might have to have it like in the game's recent memory that we've done the Tamon mission. Because apparently when you approach the area where Yoriko finds the photo after the sub-objective becomes available, she says, "Looks like we can climb our way up here."
Looks like we can climb our way up here.
Wait, no, because she did say that.
She literally just said that.
But
so
she didn't get the photo.
hide?
Ma'am, can you find the fucking photo? It's always Yoriko.
Always.
She is the worst ever. Do we climb up there since she said that? Was that a hint? Oh, Yuriko, don't climb up though. She gets confused and wiggles.
I can probably pick her up if I don't jump off the edge.
Possibly.
Thinking about it.
Okay, Yuriko, hide.
Are you gonna come up here?
You can't need help up there. That's not allowed.
Hide is not an option. I like his little fish wiggle.
Where do Yuriko hide?
Yorko.
Yuriko, you're a constant disappointment.
Yeah, you tell her.
Bonus, Yuriko Anno's dialogue. When Akira meets Yuriko, she says, "Thank God, a regular human being. I dropped my school ID somewhere and got attacked while looking for it. Thank you so much." If she expects to be pulled up, she'll say, "Thanks," in a sarcastic tone. This is a new comment in this level. Maybe she doesn't dare to be so acerbic towards her dear professor. If you wait around uselessly, she has a few different voice clips where she asks, "Mind if I ask you what you're doing?" When you approach the where Yuriko finds the photo after the sub-objective becomes available, she says, "Looks like we can climb our way up here." Once you reach the end level and see the cutscene with the sniper, she says, "I'll act as a decoy, but don't shoot me."
Do you want to
In
crouch?
case you're wondering. She's happy.
Horrible. Do you want to crouch?
Mind if I ask what you're doing?
She's getting a headache from all the gunshots. What is happening?
Mind if I ask what you're doing?
Mind if I ask what you're doing? Not pugging now, are you? This might be the sniper who's scripted to miss, though. This is intel.
Whoa!
What? How did you get caught?
I think it was that sniper that got me. But the sniper that's shooting is this one. It's the one at the end of the level.
What the fuck? Holy shit. You gotta get out of there.
He's there. Yoriko, move. You shot through a rock, my dude. How have you done this?
They do
Wait.
sometimes curve the bullet.
It's true. They're horrible.
See if I can find a video, guys.
Please. I just need to know where to hide her.
Yeah.
While you're doing that, though. Grip it and rip it.
I didn't hear it, but grip it and rip it.
Why is Discord? Oh, that didn't kill her. That killed her. got you! You're dead! Don't like her if we couldn't tell. Horrible creature Yoriko is. So is she supposed to say her line before or after she finds the photo? It looks like we can climb up here line.
I think that means she's in the right spot,
Okay.
and then you have to tell her to hide, but it hasn't been working,
Yeah.
is the issue.
Yeah. I mean, if we have to do the Tammin mission, we can. I'm just gonna be very annoyed that I have to do it again, despite having done it.
Thank goodness. A regular human being.
I cannot find a guide that
That's all I do
acknowledges
somewhere.
that this
I've got a
exists.
pact while looking for it. Thank you so much.
Are we sure it's a thing? Are we sure it's real?
Is real?
Bad sound! Come here. Reload. Yeah. I wonder if I
Looks like
can...
we can climb our way up here.
Yeah, okay, well, hide.
Was that y'all one saying, looks like we could climb our way up here?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't the guide. Understood.
What if I just leave her there and then wait for the sniper to wake up?
It's the corner, and she does it instantly. It's the knock, and she does it after 1 second.
Okay, so we have
So-
to do the Tammin mission.
Maybe? But she shouldn't even say the line. Ugh, the guy lies a lot. It's possible that she just says the line always. Yeah, that's horrible. I hate this. That's so weird. Oh, there's
Man.
another requirement?
Oh?
No, there might be another requirement. The guy just
Oh,
might not
okay.
know. It didn't give us the hint or anything when we started the level.
It did not. We can go to a different level. This is fine.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
Siren is extremely strange,
it's
and nothing
okay.
about how you progress in it makes sense.
That's understandable. It's how dare you not know all of the quirks of this fucking bizarre game. Go here. Let's see if I have. I'm just gonna start going through the missions and seeing which ones we have the second one available for.
Okay.
This might just be what we do today. We just putter around and yeah. It's true. We do love Gun Granddad. Okay, so Kyoya's mission in house doesn't have a second mission yet.
Okay. We'll look at that one while we're continuing.
Okay. This is the one with Tomoko. Kai and Tomoko, I should say. Mission 1.
Oh, that means there's mission 2.
Mission 2. Find item dropped by Tomoko. Reach road to Hirasakai.
What are you waiting for?
Okay, what time is this? I'll give you the cryptic hint. I
It
think we've done all the
is-
sub-objectives on this one.
I think
See
so
if I remember.
too.
Yeah.
11:59, day 1.
After sudden parting, the man at the shrine knows. So after the part where the sniper
Where we-
comes out and shoots at the lady, you have to go to the shrine?
Yeah.
Kayshurrr?
Yeah. Okay, let's see if I can remember how to do literally anything. Come here. Well, we can just, like, run there, can't we? Oh! No, that's a gunman. Okay, just end me. Just end me,
Oh,
my
jeez.
dude. Right, I have to go the long way around. Okay. It's been a minute since we've done this level, so it's gonna take a couple tries while I try to remember what's going on. This is fine.
What are you waiting for?
Okay. Come here. Let's go! Is there anything in this car? No. No, we just need to get out.
I don't know how to unlock this mission. It doesn't say, and it's driving me fucking crazy that these guides are written by people who like just didn't realize this was an issue.
I feel like this is one of those games where if you're gonna write a guide for it, you have to list, like, the prerequisites at the beginning of each chapter.
Would be nice.
Right. Okay, here we're at the house. I think we have to go the long way around.
What could I put into Google to make it understand that I'm saying I want to know how to unlock the mission? I don't want a guide for how to do the mission. The word unlock doesn't work because there's doors that you unlock in the mission.
Yeah. I mean, prerequisite is the only thing that I can think of that would be, like, specific enough, but I don't know that anyone would list it that way, you know? Oh, that was a horrible sound. Okay, Momoko? Let's go. Momoko, it's time to go. Let's go!
I just had a thought.
Oh?
What if I just search Kyoya? And then search for the parts of the guide where they're not Kyoya's missions?
It might work. Come on. Okay, this is where she gets a key. We've already done this. We need to... go down here.
Day 2, 1 a.m., right?
I believe so. Correct, yeah.
The fuck? Why is that in guide? I might find it.
Where did my child go? Tomoko, come here! Why are you just standing up there?
Wait, we have a key to storeroom, right?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Apparently that's what unlocks it. Maybe there's another thing as well? Kim, please.
Oh god, Tomoko. Okay. Come on, let's go. Gotta pull you up. This is a bit of an issue. This is a bit of an issue. This is a bit of a problem. Nope, actually it's fine. Am I going to the regular shrine? Oh shit. Oh god. Uh. Moko! Where's your item? What'd you drop? The man at the shrine knows? Was that the hint?
Man at the shrine knows. Sorry.
That's okay. I can mess with the lock.
Is that the man at the shrine?
Yeah? Yeah?
What secrets does he know? What's the actual objective?
Oh! We're supposed to find the item that Tomoko lost.
Right.
And then escape. But...
The man in...
Ah!
So you shouldn't be here.
This is horrible. So I can, as Kai, as priest, I can look at the lock on the side of the shrine. But I don't have a code for it. And...
The game is very strange.
yeah. Okay, but you found the thing for Kyoya, right? Oh, it checkpointed me.
I did not find the thing for Kyoya. You need the screwdriver and you need the key. But we have both, and it didn't let us do it.
Okay. Well...
I know what you do on this one.
Where are you going?
It's kind of cool. I think we just have to wait for Hammerman longer.
Okay. There, you got
He
your
does
stupid key
stuff.
again.
That one's already fulfilled. I think we can...
Oh, wait, I understand. We have to, like, watch him?
Where you going, man? Oh, he's back to hammering.
Well, that's
That
okay.
looks hammered to me. That nail looks good. Good and solid.
It's not even hitting a nail! Is the thing!
He's missing. They don't do a good job.
No.
I don't
No,
know
they
why
don't.
he's nailed any of this stuff. He's just put nails through the boards for no reason.
But yeah, we'll just watch Shrine Man for a little bit.
Possible that we need to have had the sudden parting happen.
But it's safe up here!
Yeah, but what can you do? man at the shrine seems to just turn around when he stops hammering and then look back where he's led.
Okay, this is fine.
Yeah.
Shrine Man not even bothered by us coming around. Come on, go. Okay. I need you to be able to, like, make your way here, okay? You gotta follow me, okay? Let's go!
This is this map before it got red.
Mm-hmm. Oh god.
Oh no. No gummies, please, Tomoko.
This game's gummies scare me.
Yeah, they're not good.
Sir.
Please.
Okay.
Yes!
Okay, then she leaves, and then I have to run, because there's a gunman right there. Why are you here? Okay, wiggle. I need you to wiggle.
Spot.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the wiggle. Thank you for this gift of wiggle. He's the guy who knows, though, right?
No.
Or was that a different guy?
I think that's a different guy.
Okay. Hey, it's
What
the
if I-
blood pool. Don't drink it. That was him for a second.
I'm just trying to make sure the other dude wasn't following me.
Ah,
I made sure to put Shrine Man on my hotkeys.
come on, Shrine Man.
Get going, buddy.
You know. Is it the other guy who was here last time? The gunman? Does he just come up and decide to do stuff? Ah,
This one's on the move.
where are you going, man?
Scared that he's over there. Oh shit, he is.
Ah. Yeah. This is bad.
Okay, well, you know what?
Just hide behind the shrine. It's fine. He'll never look there.
I'm not here.
Is he leaving?
This
Don't
is
go
regular.
back to hammering.
He's gonna go back to hammering, but then other man who was at the blood pool. Is it you? Are you blood pool? No.
Is there a different shrine? Wait. Oh, that one, the guy at the shrine will be in Wiggly. Oh, he's just stuck. That's fine. He's stuck.
Oh!
Who's this guy?
7111.
Just really making sure we put in the right code there.
7111. It's a good bucket you got there, buddy. Thank you.
I hope no one finds the treasure I've hidden in my bucket.
My bloody handbook. 7111.
No one will ever guess the code. It's 7111.
7111.
My bucket treasure will be safe forever.
Seven, one. Pick that ID up! It's not that scary, it's just a bloody ID. It's fine.
Just a
Tomoko.
bloody ID.
He's so shaky. Okay.
Now I guess we leave?
Yeah, I think we go back the way that we tried to escape originally.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna regret this.
Minus
Bye!
sniper world.
I am scared.
Maybe
I
you
am
won't regret this.
scared.
Maybe you'll never. Maybe you'll just win the whole game.
Maybe I'm just too dang good.
Yeah.
No, no, no! 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 Okay,
It's just like, hopefully he's far enough up that if he gets shot, he'll fall forwards.
he'll never fall forwards, ever. It's not gonna happen. It's fine, we didn't get shot, though. We did the thing. Okay, what did we... What has this done? Route 333!
Cutscene. Tomoko
Protect-
cutscene.
Yeah, yeah! Do we get to find out why it's so red?
Don't drink the water. Oh, it's gone, Granddad.
I love you, Granddad. It's Nun Lady! We haven't seen her in a minute!
I'm so happy that
I
you're
trust
safe.
none, Lady.
Your mother and father are okay as well.
I don't know about that. Note left by Tomoko has been added to our archive. Continue to next loop! Finally.
Next loop!
Finally. This means new things are gonna open up to us.
Whatever stage he puts us on, I'll look for the. Ooh. We have done all these, right?
I think so.
I can check if there's side missions.
I think we chose Tammin the last time.
Is that Brian?
It might be. I think so. Do we want to do Kyoya or Shiro?
Shiro's first mission is fucking horrible, so Kyoya?
Yeah, but was Shiro's first mission at 3 in the morning?
Ooh. I don't remember. It was
So,
real dark.
It was.
Yeah, I think it was.
Okay. Well, let's do Kyoya's 2 a.m. mission. This might be like the very first, like with the cop. It is Bank of the Mana River. Oh, this is after he got shot. Okay, so this is with Lady.
Go on.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna skip this. And we have found the letter. Okay.
Did we do everything here?
Unsure.
Done both missions, right?
Yeah, we've done the missions. I don't know if we've done the sub-objectives, though.
Day 1, 2 a.m. There's a key to storeroom, which I'm pretty sure we got.
Yes.
There's some archives. Do we need the archives?
That's just all the extra reading stuff, which I did want to mark all those off because we
Yeah, so we should be done then.
have read most, if not all of these. And if we haven't read it, then we'll read it now. But I'm pretty sure that we have read most of these. Oh!
Fun thing to try out. Start strafing right over the corner where the level's first staircase starts leading up. Kyoya's leg bends inhumanly out of place. Oh jeez. What have you found?
It's the idol found at the bottom of the well! It's the baby idol. It's the story of the infant on the chopping block. Once upon a time, an old man found a turtle caught in his net while fishing in the river. Seeing its struggles, he took pity on it and decided to set it free. In gratitude, the turtle invited the old man to a feast at his palace at the bottom of the river. Among the many surprises, there was a delicacy served on a kitchen chopping block. It was a baby. We've already spoiled the story. The old man could not bring himself to eat it. Instead, he hid the baby's body, brought it home, and disposed of it in the well. That isn't...
That's a fish baby.
That's a fish baby. That is indeed a fish baby.
That's a fish baby. Fish baby
That-
detective.
That's a fish baby! Put these... We got this. I'm pretty sure that this is lady, nun lady. Yari. In a traditional ceremony dating back to the ancient times, participants who had submerged themselves in the waters of the Mana River on the last day of the lunar year come back to land as the new year dawns. They are considered to have received the blessings of gods and been cleansed of sin in the other world. They are feted by the villagers on their return.
We've seen the zombies doing that, I think.
Yeah. Hanuta High School student identification, Tomoko Maeda. Senior, May 11th is her birthday. The holder of this booklet is a student of this institution from the principal of Hanuta High School. Great. And we've read that one. Library card, Book of Hanuta Folktales, last borrowed by... We've read that one too. Yorika Anno's.
Awful.
Read that one.
Worst. Yoriko Anna. Worst human.
Right. Alright, this is about the mountain
Yeah.
people worshipping a sea god. That stationery is cute. To Mom and Dad. I hate you both! I can't believe you read my diary. I'll never forgive you. Just because I didn't do so well on my last exams doesn't mean you can do something like that. I never want to see you again. Tomoko.
Tomoko
Wow.
running away from home
Yes.
right as the zombie apocalypse happens.
Bad timing. Stargazer Circle, Hanuta Elementary School. Comet that visits Earth only once every 333 years is almost here. Come experience the wonders of the night sky and unravel the mysteries of the heavens. It's August 2nd, 2003, from 8 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. at Hanuta Elementary School. Alright, campus schoolyard. Gotta bring your binoculars, pencil, and a flashlight. The idol made out of a doll and fish bones is surrounded by junk on the altar. Seen that one. And we've read about the Great Serpent.
Thing we
Yeah.
have done.
Yeah. I just wanted to do that now so that the next time we save, it's all marked as red. Okay, I think we've done all the sub-objectives here.
Yeah, I think so too. It just says there's the one in the guide.
Okay.
Maybe I should choose a different guide.
Or don't.
Yeah,
Or
it just
don't.
says the key to the storeroom. That's the only one.
We have that.
Yeah, sure.
Let me see if, because we're starting a new loop, if that's open.
That could be it. Maybe some missions are locked on certain loops.
So let's...
That'd make a kind of sense.
Have we broken the code? Do we understand? No, this one's still... Okay, that's fine.
So we have key to storeroom. We have screwdriver in inventory now, right?
Screwdriver, key to storeroom.
Key to storeroom. Yeah.
Correct. That's okay. We still have other things that we can do. So let's... Like I said, we're just gonna take a look and see... Of the second or like, of the ones that we have, if they're not completed with their second objective, do we have any that will allow us to complete their second objective? And if not, then we might have to go back and revisit old levels and do sub-objectives. And that's fine.
Yeah, but we gotta find the sub-objective.
Yeah. We do have a second objective here now. Find relief of angels. Okay, what time is it? What's our weird 22:52. Day 1.
22:52.
10:52 p.m.
Elder sister gets confused by smoke. I think elder sister's chasing us right now, right?
I think Mina's the older of the two. So we have to set something on fire?
Possibly. Or we'll look for sub-objectives.
Okay.
Because they are problems.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Ah! Sorry. Umbrella! Don't wiggle me, sister. Okay. Right, Risa's horrible and awful.
Oh, jeez.
Wasn't there a hint about an umbrella? At one point? Or am I just imagining things about umbrellas?
I'll have a look. I remember being excited by elder sister gets confused by smoke.
Oh.
Let's do one.
Okay, maybe I just get excited at the prospect of using umbrellas as weapons. It's fine, don't worry about it.
Not even worried about it.
Oh, running the wrong
There
way.
is a sub-objective to
Which
unlock a
is?
garbage chute.
It seems to be broken. Get off me! Get off me! You can't just immediately grab me again, Squid Sister! Squidster! Bad
Squister,
teat face.
please.
Squidster. Don't make me call you Teat Face, I'll do it!
Not the Mushu Puck.
Got the leg long
Leg
nipples.
long nipples head.
Got the leg long nipples on her face. Ah! Ah! Door is locked. Door is locked. I don't know what to do for smoke. Oh no.
It's possible some stuff that were locked before's on now?
Ah!
Ma'am, that's very clearly wrong in this situation, please. Now we get to test the theory that they can't open doors. He's out there thinking, whoa, weird, why is there a wall here now?
I think we're fine.
I'm worried he's just waiting outside the door, though.
I mean, he's 100% waiting outside the door. I am sad that I don't have enough time to grab that umbrella.
That's
Maybe-
horrible.
And, like, it doesn't even stun her slightly.
Yeah, that's not... That's not good.
No.
We can get the umbrella, but doing so is death.
Yeah. Okay, we're in 203 right now.
Makes sense.
There's the garbage chute. I don't know
That's
where that is in
outside.
relation to anything.
We couldn't get outside before. We need to go downstairs to get out.
Yeah. He was waiting. Yeah, he was waiting. Hey!
Don't nudge people's ankles. It's very rude.
No! You fool!
Ma'am, you did it wrong on both sides of the door. Please.
Okay. Not the bad chirping still. Let's take a short break. It's been an hour and a half, and I need to use the restroom again.
He's still holding up with the heat.
Yeah, it's cooled down now, which is great.
Nice.
I think having my fan on higher, and also because it is starting to get later in the day, it is cooling down, which is fantastic.
This is good.
I was concerned at first, but it's fine. Actually, it's fine. So yeah, quick break, and then we'll do more Siren. Figure out what's going on. Maybe not.
We'll
actually
never figure out what's
Yeah.
going on.
It's like, let me rephrase that actually.
We'll lost through Siren.
It's true. All right, we'll BRB. Psst. Hey!
I
Hey!
guess. We back?
We're back. Hi, Emmy. We're back.
Emmy!
I had to use the restroom, but then I was also like, oh right, I have laundry going, and I need bedding for tonight for when I want to sleep. So I had to go move that. And then while I was doing that,
Sleep?
just
Really?
kinda. And then I was like, I'm gonna make myself a nice little chai latte. And so I did. So I have a cold chai latte in my giant mason jar. And
Nice.
it's great. And it's great. Hi, Ami, we love you too.
I've been looking at the thing.
Yeah,
The thing here, Cash.
yeah.
I'm a bit worried that mission 2 is past me now.
Okay.
It's fine, we'll just
Okay.
defeat her easily.
How...
Distract her, confuse her with smoke.
Yeah, how do I confuse her with smoke, though?
So what we do is, to confuse her with smoke,
Uh-huh.
you know where the smoke is? The smoke room? All hospitals have a smoke room, right?
Can't say I'm familiar with it.
Is
Maybe
there
it's
a fog machine in the hospital?
maybe it's a European thing. Do you have smoke rooms?
just... This is a problem.
No, and she just grabs me like
Yeah,
instantly.
yeah. It straight up says in the guide if she grabs you once, you dead, because she'll just
Yeah.
instantly grab you again.
Yeah. You're not supposed to, but people do anyway. But we need a room that isn't tobacco smoke. We just need smoke from like a fire. Or
Is there,
like one of those little hand pump things that you have for apiaries so that you smoke the bees.
Yeah.
Maybe we
Smoke her
smoke
like a
nipple
bee.
face.
Is there a bee room in the hospital?
Is there a bee? They have bee rooms in hospitals, right? Right? Ma'am, I need you to open a door, like, at all, once, please. Ah! What is that? Box medical supplies. There's nothing that would be of use at the moment. Maybe we smoke the nipple. Look at her! She is a nipple face! She's got those leg-long nipples on her face. I'm sorry.
A nipple first.
There's nothing wrong with having nipples for her face. Just don't... She's abusing the power that she has been given.
To giving her a combo grab that combos into it itself. It's horrible.
It's terrible. Okay. Does this... No, that door is locked. And that room is death.
She has a one-button infinite and she has nipples for a face. This is a dangerous situation.
That door is locked. And the smoke alarm is broken. Because I thought maybe... Oh! Maybe I have to... No, because once I set off the alarm, that alerts Kai and
Yeah,
Shiro.
that
so
ends
that's...
the level.
Yeah.
We have to find smoke to confuse her. I've seen zero smoke.
Have we found a guide that mentions anything about smoke?
The guide has a lot of means of trying to get you past her if you want. Oh, mouse on screen, by the way.
Oh.
She touches your collar, it's just over. Done.
Yeah. But I feel like I need this umbrella. How do we get past her? What are our options?
Run to the stairwell, close the door behind you, wait a few seconds for Mina to catch up, then open the door right in her face. She'll get pushed aside, allowing you to run past her. Is one of the options. We also have pick up the umbrella, do a single swipe as Mina is approaching. This will prompt her to do a shovel swipe of her own. This is so slow that you can just run past her. There are many options for getting past Mina. Where is Mina gone?
She's on the other side of the door. She's pushing it closed. We're
Can we
getting
run out
tired.
before she does that?
Ah! No, like, would not let me.
So that was one of the guide's funny lies, I guess. You could try the umbrella thing.
Okay, what's the umbrella thing? I have to grab it, and then she tries to swipe at me?
When she's coming towards you, you swing the umbrella at her, and then she'll swing a shovel back, and you run past her.
Ah!
It works! Fuck you, Mina.
Holy shit! Okay, where am I going?
I think it was room 101.
Okay,
She's
okay.
just down the hall.
What the fuck are those sheets doing?
Oh. Maybe there's a key under there.
It's probably a baby. Or it's a relief of angels. And it's just that simple.
We confused her with the smoke, you see.
What smoke?
You know the smoke. We
I'm
used the fog
curious.
machine to get past her. We used the bee smoker.
I'm curious as to how the game actually wanted you to do this.
Yeah, that seems probably like it's not how it wanted you to do it.
Right? It's fine. It's now go time now.
We couldn't find any smoke.
There's no smoke. None smoke.
Don't drink the water.
Eternal youth. Eternal youth. Eternal youth.
Ma'am, I don't think this is gonna grant that.
Eternal youth. Eternal youth. Eternal youth. Eternal youth.
Didn't realize it was that deep.
It goes in there. Okay, great. Great. Perfect. Lovely.
She did it way worse than Eureka. She dived straight in.
she just didn't take a gulp. She went all for it.
That doesn't warrant some pogs. I don't know what does.
They're all going away.
Also, it's Tomoko on day 2.
That means she survived day 1.
I would
Which is
say
nice.
good for her, but I don't know if it is.
It gets white in day 2, as opposed to red. Red day.
Oh! Naoko?
Man?
Okay. Alright. Okay. Where are we starting? We're at the abandoned storehouse. Yeah, that run, I like that she had a crowbar that she was just flailing around.
Yeah,
Not a care in the
that's
world.
how I run.
Okay, I'm assuming I have to go, like, go a long way around. Well, let's explore and figure things out. Also, hi, David.
I damn it. New
It's
emote
weird
just
here.
dropped. Yoriko be pogging. This
Now
is
it's
where
just
the
possible to
branches
pass
were.
through here.
They're back. Oh. Can we use the knowledge of the secret route? No, she can't fucking climb because she's awful. Horrible.
It's because she's two 6-year-olds in a tracksuit.
Yeah.
She's not actually 17. She's two 6-year-olds.
Maybe she's two 6-year-olds and a 5-year-old, and combined they add up to 17.
That is math. I like genuinely had to think about that for a second. Sorry, I'm busy listening to this. There's a Brian with a Y here. There's a Brian with a Y here.
We've got this beautiful serenade.
Sorry, I'm done. I think that's
Right.
Whoa! Whoa!
Aurora Borealis.
Oh no, it's
Time of
the
day.
it's the
This
wiggly
part of the
ones.
country, localized entirely to the village of Hanuda.
Ah, they're gonna bite my ankles.
Don't bite our ankles. Fragile child ankles. We'll topple over if they hit us. We're precariously balanced.
It's horrible and I'm scared and I can't climb up here because it's too tall. And I'm an idiot.
Baby.
This baby is horrible.
Can we just not go that way at all?
I don't know where I am right now.
I thought we were at the part where it's blocked.
No, that's
No,
a bridge. So we're bottom right hand corner,
Right.
I think. So I need to go. Wait, am I actually there? No. Where the fuck am I?
I don't know. That was bomb right?
I thought so as well, but I'm facing away from the step now. But according to the compass, I am not quite facing away from it. No, just no.
Oh, so we might be, shit, then how would we progress?
I have no idea. I need to find a landmark.
Be wary of Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Not Spider-Man, but the man
Who is a spider.
who is a spider.
It's like Spider-Woman. It's not woman who is spider. I can't right now. I just hear these horrible sounds and my brain is like, you have to run. Okay, hold on. Where am I now?
IRL fight or flight response. Just drop the controller and run.
I just gotta go. Okay, now we're in the bottom right hand of the corner or of the map.
Right.
Okay.
Nice.
So going left wasn't an option
Yeah, because we can't climb that.
unless
But then...
was I hugging the wall this whole time? Oh god. Yeah, this is the bottom right hand of the corner. Bottom right hand corner of the map.
You see it?
I don't
There's
think so,
no
and that's
way.
fine. Nope, it's
You
fine.
didn't flash red, but there's no way.
Okay, I know where we are now. Here's the fire pit. There's nothing here for me.
Yeah, we can get through the gate 'cause the man broke it on day one.
Yeah.
Just gotta find it.
Oh my god. Can the music stop? And then I can't get up here because it's too tall. Okay, I know where I am. That is the gate that the man broke.
But we can't reach
But I can't
it.
get there. That's okay. I know where I am on the map now.
Okay.
And I think we should be able to hop down into... Sorry. We should be able to hop down into the riverbed because we lowered the thing. We floodgated. We did the floodgate the one time.
It's possible. Just crazy enough to work.
Literally trying to make coherent sentences with all the bad sounds and this horrible singing going on is incredibly difficult.
Oh, that's the Tamon family graves.
The Takeuchi family.
Okay, but not the Tamon family, obvious. Tamon's fine. Tamon's
Tamon?
doing great, actually. He's having a very
Tamon
good
is
time.
fine. His family, not doing so great. Old painting has been stuffed inside the drain pipe. Devotional
painting
painting.
here.
Advent of angels.
Find singing lady and we need Tamon to find the singing lady and just take her out.
Honestly, it's like the winter lanterns in Bloodborne. That's all I'm thinking about. Their horrible, terrible singing that makes you want to cry because it frenzies you. Okay.
Does make me want to cry because it takes up 75% of your max health.
Yup.
As in, if you've taken 25% damage, you just fucking die.
That's it. You've exploded. Okay, where the fuck am I supposed to go? I can't go anywhere.
The zombies were.
I'm trying to get to the road to
Can
the
we
church.
mess with the rectangle, the grey rectangles? Are those things we can touch? There's two on this side, but it doesn't look like they're anything.
The
I meant
That-
they're like hollow boxes that are on this side, but apparently not.
I think that those are where the like brush that we can get rid of is. So like
Why is one right in the middle?
So like we're here, right? We cleared this brush away. That's the one that's in the top of the map.
What's the one in the middle
The middle of or middle
of everything? The middle of the stairs, Pat?
Oh, I don't know.
The one-
Let's go find out.
One straight south.
Yeah, that might be the fire pit where we
Oh,
got
it
the
could be.
poker as
Be a secret
Kyoya.
tunnel that lets you into the other half of the level.
Oh my god, she's tired.
Ma'am, it's not the time. We have to win the level before the lady singing frenzies us IRL.
It's already happened. Like,
Oh, no.
I felt my health explode.
Oh no.
Okay, let's go over here.
Where is anything? Map. Where are we? Have we tried following the left-hand wall?
I mean, no. I was trying to see if I could find the brush or something that I can interact with.
I have exactly one move, and it's to follow the left-hand. Why can't the lady climb?
Because she's an idiot. Oh, fuck. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure that is the fire pit.
Okay. Did we
So-
pause because of that, or did we pause because Spider-Man has seen us?
Little bit of A, little bit of E. I wanted to confirm that the bit where the fire pit is looked like the shape on the map, and it does. And also, I've been spotted, and I'm scared, and I don't know what to do. So, what if I just go this way instead? Please. Can I wonder if the other square bit is the Takeuchi family grave. Is there anything up here that I can, like, interact with? No, but I can shout. Can definitely do some shouting if I wanted to. Okay, that's not an option for me.
Apparently those are sub-objective items. Another path, but there should still be a path.
But where is path?
I don't know what a path is. It doesn't say in the guide. Can you climb down that pipe?
No. I just... Why is Lady useless?
Why is Lady useless? Can you go under this? Can she crouch walk under this? Would that just
don't-
take you out of the level?
I'm not sure. No.
I tried. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Apparently there's a way. I just don't have a clue where it is.
Okay, maybe
And
I
it's too
just...
foggy to see anything.
Nope. Is there anything cool in here that I can have? No.
A barrel?
No.
Can we get in the barrel and roll down the hill?
Stuff me in and shove me down a hill. Let's go.
Singing should be a crime. It shouldn't be allowed to make these sounds.
It is a bit much. It's a bit much right now. Game. Hey, game.
Shut up.
Hey, game. Hey, game. I'm kind of sick of your shit.
The only places it connects are here and the gate we can't get to, right?
Correct.
So then what do?
That is the question.
What's that? Grey path?
In the center of the map?
Yeah, is that the bit where you
That's-
can go if you
yeah.
can climb?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why is like this?
Reasons. Okay. You know what? I ain't scared. I ain't scared no thing.
They do be honking though.
Maybe I'm scared, a little scared of something. Ma'am, I
Just hard
need...
very quickly.
It's horrible.
And the enemy's not attacking you. Go pet the Spider-Man.
I need to do some science.
There's no way that they've just not noticed you all this time.
What if Tomoko is the chosen one?
Tomoko, you the chosen one.
Tomoko is the chosen one!
Hello. Do you know where the door is? What was that?
That's
Well, at least we can just explore now.
not
Can
one.
you give me a boost so I can get over the fucking wall?
Okay.
Ride beside of us.
I fucking wish. Okay, well now that I don't have to worry about, like, getting got... Looks like a scarecrow of some kind. It appears to be dressed in animal fur.
Hello.
Hello!
Hello.
Hello? Anybody want to come help me? Hello?
Hello.
Hello!
Hello. Hello.
Now I
You
can
don't
get
say
all my
hello
shouts
back?
out.
Tragic.
It is sad. They don't really have the vocal range to say hello.
I'd have accepted it.
They are chirping at us. Maybe some of those chirps are a hello.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Hello.
David will say hello for you.
Hello, David. I mean, David. There's a ramp.
Are you shitting me? Okay, well, you know what? We've done some good
We
science.
couldn't see because there was so much fog.
The
Oh.
fuck is this?
Haunted doll. Haunted monkey, even worse.
Is it one of those monkeys with the symbols?
Was there a thing about a thimble monkey, or am I crazy?
Maybe, I don't know. Also, look at the little, you can see the little angels now. They're just bugs. They're just translucent bugs.
Just
Just bug. Bug. Eat the bug. Sorry. I am losing my goddamn mind over this
yeah, I
fucking
understand.
music. I'm gonna just make sounds and noises and it's gonna be great.
Just gotta make some noise to drown out the singing.
Oh my god, it's horrible. Oh, that one.
Is that lady?
Oh, that's Naoko. Naoko?
You're running away from Naoko. You're not saying hello to her.
Yeah, something tells me that she's probably not nice.
She was... Fair. That's fine. I'll leave it to her.
Do I live here now? Oh
no.
no, do I live here now? I know they want me to go to the church, but I want to, like, look around. And I think I've made a mistake.
I think we can get out, but only on the side you jumped in from. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll just not get noticed by later. If she sees us, we gotta do a quick hello, so she knows we're not a threat. Oh, she.
Hello.
Won't you look at me? Please. Won't you look at me?
She's saying stuff.
Yeah, she said, won't you look at me? And I... can't? No!
Can you first person view?
I'm trying and it's just very wiggly.
I thought you were doing sight jack. Is that her? Is she going, ooh? Yeah, she is. That was her. Do you have, like, can you...
Oh!
Ah! That's horrible.
Won't you look at me? Everlasting youth. Everlasting youth.
Yeah?
At least she's happy.
Tell me I'm beautiful.
Hello?
When you're near her, she may randomly say, "Won't you look at me, please, everlasting youth?" Or, "Tell me I'm beautiful." She may also do an insane laughter instead.
Won't you look at me, please?
She
Won't
ran
you
over
look
when I
at
called
me?
for her, so maybe she'll help me?
Can you help? Where's the church?
That's a Shabito Brian.
Brian.
Won't you look at
Brian
me,
detected.
please? Won't you look at me, please?
Can we... Brian, are you a friend or an enemy?
It went
Won't
Maybe
red
you
when
Brian-
look at me? Won't you look at me, please?
Oh, we can see he's horrible.
Look at
We
me,
can really get a good view of all his awful.
please.
Oh, it's awful.
Is Brian a lady?
I think Brian's a lady, and that's okay.
Yeah, that's
Won't
fine.
you look at me,
The things on Brian's face look like barnacles. Oh god.
please?
Like
Yeah,
pulsating barnacles?
Pulsating barnacles. Just, oh dear.
I'm so- we got it.
Won't you look at me, please? Won't you look at me, please?
And then there's her buddy Brian.
I think Brian might be less horrible.
Won't
Yeah.
you
Brian
look at me,
Doesn't have enough of a face to
please?
try and do
Won't
expressions
you
with.
look at me, please?
Oh! Hey!
Really? This baby
Naoko!
can't climb up anything
Oh.
but can push down a fucking tree.
I thought we were gonna have Naoko do that for us, but I guess we're pushing it over. Despite the fact
Oh, yeah,
that
makes sense.
Kai Priestman was like, this is too hard to do. Are you really just gonna follow me this whole time?
We met a friend.
Oh, Jesus, fuck.
Everlasting.
We met another friend. They're in the way though.
Yeah, hey friend.
Hello.
Hey friend. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, so the church is up there. I think that's there. Because it was blocked the last time we were here to Kyoya. But I do kind of just want to look around. Wait, Naoko.
Oh, I guess you were busy.
Okay.
She has to find other people to tell to look at her.
But I wanted her to come with me.
She's got a very busy schedule.
Having people look at her.
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh,
Buddy?
I said hello back.
Yeah, it did. Wanted to know what that was. Where am I? Okay, we can't really go that way. That's okay. I kind of like it when everything's my buddy. The
Yeah.
implications are terrifying, but, you know, it's fine because they're my friend now.
Yeah.
Which is great because this
Oh,
child
it's the
is
other
an
side
idiot.
of the horrible bridge.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the other side of the thing that we... No? No, it's fine. I don't know where everything is. This is just
It's-
stairs.
The other side of the hole is there.
Yeah,
right there.
okay, so it was we
There's
can get back
Naoko.
up from here, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah! There you go.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
I just want to say hello to everybody. I don't get to use the shout button intentionally ever, and so, you know, looks like an animal skin.
Yeah, it just happens when you least want it, normally.
Yeah, yeah. Who's this?
Yo, is motorbike?
The
Oh,
broken wheel doesn't look like it's going.
friend. Did we win? What did that do?
I don't know. Oh, are you all gonna go investigate whatever I did? Holy shit, they were quick! Okay.
Okay.
Oh. There goes Naoko again, being like, won't you look at me? Okay, well this is the way to the church.
Yeah.
So we'll go there, I guess.
Nice.
What the fuck was that level?
I enjoyed that level. Didn't die in one hit. There were no snipers.
Just friends everywhere.
Just friends, and we could say hello to all of our friends.
It was very lovely. I mean, I would much rather be able to just, like, putter around, but, you know, I'm just concerned, again, about what this means for Tomoko.
Mummy, let me in! Mummy! Mummy, let me in! Mummy!
Tomoko.
Whoa!
No! Please!
Well,
I kind of why everyone was our friend now.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool, though. That was a good reveal.
Yeah.
That was dope.
We're down 3 characters, right? I think I'm also starting to work out why there's so many more of these hints for day 1 missions than there are for day 2 and day 3 missions.
Could it be because everyone be dying?
Most of the cast doesn't make it to day 2.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it through day 2. She got to day 2.
She's there in day 2.
Yeah,
Okay,
good
do
job.
we have a mission 2 here now? No. Okay. We did get. Hold on. We did get some. Oops. I thought we unlocked another mission. A second mission for somebody. For. Hisako? We haven't done any missions as Hisako.
Why does it go back to 684 AD?
Probably because that's when all this shit started. Consider.
What was Kyoya doing in 684 AD?
You know, Kyoya stuff.
Makes sense. Have we only got the 2 missions? No, we got a few missions. We got lots on... This is the one that I just don't know why we don't have the
Yeah.
second mission for. Just doesn't make sense. Why are you loading? Are you loading mission 2?
No.
No.
No, it's not. Okay.
Okay.
Tammin, you got a lot of things.
2 Tamon missions. The second one we needed the thing with Akira for. The last one.
Yeah.
But she wouldn't pick it up and we don't know why.
Yeah.
Game's kind of wiggly.
Just a touch. Again, I'm just trying to go through to see if we have any second missions available to us. This is the bad hospital.
Yeah.
Mission 2? We have to find the album. It is 1837 on day 2.
Right. Pay attention to the water pipe and the window. Water runs from top to bottom. So, I mean, obviously. I mean, it's just obvious what we do, right?
Does this have to do with that stupid key that was stuck under the grate?
19 Silent Hill?
Yes, but also this.
And there's a sub-objective to find a record player in the director's office.
Okay. Okay. Where am I? Here. I've moved off to the right. Need to go to the left. And then make our way to the toilet. Excuse you. Excuse you. Hello? No. Okay. No, because I remember we walked into like into one of the toilets, and there was a grate that had like a key or something, and we were like, oh, we used the forceps to get this. And
yeah,
Damon was
and then
like,
you used them to break a chain.
Yeah, because that's...
Makes perfect sense. What else would you use forceps for?
Let me tell ya. Absolutely nothing. Rude.
Roof man.
Gotta get floor
Enemy
man
of
in here.
floor man.
Gotta get floor man to fight the roof man.
Floor man.
Fighter of the roof man. Okay, can I close this? Salmon? No? Don't wanna... Okay. Okay. Hey, it's locked. Is it this one then? No, it's locked too.
Not sure if that's an or if David's just very scared.
Both? David tried. It does look like you're screaming. Which, to be fair, this is a situation that calls for it. It's bad here, in case you didn't know. Water runs from top to bottom.
We pour water in there?
The window is slightly ajar. Okay, so... There is no water.
Water pipe in the window. There is no water pipe. There is a
there's-
window? Do we need to... We can't get outside? That's outside the level, right?
Yeah.
We can't, like, put a hose in through the window.
And this is the one that it should be through, but I can't get in there because it's locked. And there's no water here. And there's no window here.
Go into the grate there. Down into the other grate. How do we water? Where's what?
And
Please don't headbutt my lad.
hi, I'm busy. It is locked. It is locked. It is locked. This is where the
That's
key
the one with
is.
the yeah.
Okay. I'd hoped that there might have been a window here. But
do we not have that? We probably
might
got
not
on one run and then didn't. Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Well.
Just gotta check all the doors in the entire building until we find.
Ouch.
He always gets one in. It's just very rude.
Ouch.
Yeah, that time he got two. That's not allowed.
I'm closing the door. Rude.
He did step back so you could close it though. That were kind of nice of him.
Horrible. Okay. Giga Chajid. Welcome in. Good evening.
That's the one that the lady could squeeze through, but Tamankax is too large. I remember this.
He's too much of a unit.
Is that the garbage chute we could have unlocked?
Probably.
It did say that one wasn't required, but
Yeah, but the guide lies?
yeah.
We know this about it.
Can you go through the door at the bottom there? Is that locked too?
I think that
Sorry.
one's locked. No, it's okay. You gotta try everything. Yeah, it's locked.
Yeah.
So...
It's all locked. Does toilet have a thing in it? Can we get water from toilet? Is that even where we... We're on the other side, aren't we? Wait, what? Where are we?
I think we're on the other side.
We're on the other floor. That's the... No, wait.
No, we're on
First
the
floor
front,
means
so
the
we have
bottom
to...
in your country, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't... I don't know what's happening.
First floor means ground floor where you are.
Yeah.
I know
like,
this.
I suppose. It's locked.
All is locked. For nudging us last time. Horrible. Can jog around and do science, and then if it's really tricky, we can restart the mission and get the bullets back.
Yeah. Okay, this is the door that we haven't tried. It's locked. There we go.
All is locked.
I did
Every
just
door
say
is
hello.
locked.
Yeah, it's not great.
We didn't say
Um,
hello back though. Very rude of
Horrible.
Tamman. Which door is unlocked?
I should look down the hallway where we started.
We have a hose. Does Tamman own a hose?
Yes. Yes, Tamman does.
That
Tamman
looks
is the
bad.
proud owner of a 16-foot hose found in the mountains.
Can we just go to the bathroom and put the hose through the grate? Said there's no water in the one on the ground floor, right? But what about the one above?
No, because the one above I think also said no water.
Can hose go on sink and... Can we
These are
hose
all
that bad boy
locked.
up?
Can we?
give it a hose. There's no water. There's no water. Is the water in the one underneath? Did we only check this one?
No, we checked the one underneath as well, and there's no water there. There just isn't any
Can we
water.
put hose out the window, and then the rain comes through the hose? Because that's how hoses works. Window slightly ajar. Hose it up. Hose it up.
It won't let me hose it up, though. I can only pick up. We can only pick up.
I know what we do. Hello.
Tell me. Tell me.
Go back to the other bathroom.
The one upstairs?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I don't know how this works, but I know what we do.
Okay.
Go the window here. There is no window here. What is it talking about?
And then this one is locked.
Second floor men's bathroom. Attach hose to sink and then use list menu near window to lower hose. Bizarre.
I don't
Is
think
this the
this is-
men's?
I don't think this is the men's restroom.
So it's locked. The other one's locked. Guide, what are you doing?
Where do you get key?
Doesn't say. No, apparently there's no key. The door's just not locked.
That seems incorrect to me. Maybe I go downstairs and I get the forceps. Maybe the key that we get in the cell unlocks everything.
Possible. We haven't checked there either. That's the place we haven't gone. The video I just found does go down there. Yeah, I think we need
Yeah.
a key. That makes sense.
Okay. Well, I'm annoyed, but you know, it's fine.
We should have thought of that before we got that desperate, I feel like.
Yeah.
It's just you never want to complete the other objective by accident and just
Yeah.
yeet yourself out of the level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we need to go out here.
That's the horrible nudging man.
Just stay behind the door, because they don't have hands that work.
Yeah, you horrible nudging man.
I hate
Can
the
we
nudging
break the
man,
chain with the forceps?
which is so dumb.
Which means we could have just used fingers, but apparently we need the forceps for that.
We could have just used the forceps in the bathroom, but you know, that'd be too
Yeah.
simple. I should reload.
Why every other, like, problem he's come across, he just shoots? And that one time he's like, no, let me run all the way around the building and get some forceps. I'll break a chain real good.
Tammin can actually think now that Yoriko's not here and like screaming at him, and so he can actually
Yoriko
use
just
his
made him
brain.
want to shoot everything. Makes sense. The guy doesn't say where the key is. It doesn't even acknowledge that there is a key. I'm gonna start using a different guide. It's just this was the only one I could find where it was laid out in a way where you could actually find anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
What does Tammin do?
Okay. Said we also had to find a record player in a director's office.
Yeah. That's the key to the inner court. Where's the key to not the inner courtyard? We can go to the inner courtyard now. Do we need to be in the inner courtyard?
Equipment?
Wait, this is mission 1. Okay, mission 2. Where does Tammin go? I'm
What
watching
does
a
Tammin do?
480p.
Beautiful. Can't be opened without a key. Isn't there a key in the courtyard?
He's been nudged like 100 times. He just
Hold
has
on.
the key? Where does he get the key?
Hold
The door's
on.
just not locked.
That's wrong, because it is. No, don't shout.
So, do we need to unlock the door in another level? He doesn't even say it's locked. He doesn't have a key. He doesn't use a key. He just walks through the door. That's not locked.
So what I'm hearing is... Oh, fuck off. What I'm hearing is we should go through every single level.
Day 2, midnight.
Day 2.
We ain't got the
No.
level. This is insane. Why did they make it like this?
What I'm hearing is we need to go through every single level and see if we get new hints.
I guess
That's what's
what
happening.
else is there to do? Why did they make the game like this?
I don't know.
Why don't I just tell you where there is things that you need to progress?
What?
This game is made for crazy people.
Correct. Okay. No. Man just
Hey,
said
game.
shoot to kill.
Where is anything? We've done this one, 100%.
Yeah, but what if there's more?
Yeah, you're right. The guide's a liar.
What if there's more? Mama. We have found the letter.
This
There's no hint here. Okay. I am turning into the Joker.
This game is the face of madness. We're staring into it right now.
I'm sorry,
It's
is this
It's got worse and wigglier. How? Why? No wonder all the guides are laid out like this, because how do you beat the game without reading step by step every single action you have to take in order, so you don't get to a point later where a mission's just not available for no obvious reason?
Yeah, I don't know. Find an object that will act as a weapon. I've done that, and that's an aim.
It's not
Not a
him.
hint. Yeah. I know I've already checked this one, but I'm gonna check again.
Yeah, this is the one where no one in the world seems to understand why we're not getting the second mission for it.
Oh my god.
The entire combined collective of the internet does not understand why we don't have that one.
Lol, same. Okay. Damon, do you have anything else for me?
The only thing we know about that we haven't done is that one on the Akira level that won't happen again for reasons completely unknown.
Mm-hmm.
It just, she won't find the thing she's supposed to find.
Yeah.
So I'm supposed to.
There's no path forward except to become the Joker and try to kill Batman.
Let's go.
It's the only
Let's do it.
reasonable course of action left.
We gotta do it. I mean, if we gotta do it, we gotta do it. Time to go. I am the Clown Prince of Crime now. Let's go. It's time to kill the bats.
We're gonna do it. What's the name? Hey game, how about him? What are we missing?
Everything. We're missing everything.
there was a system within the game where it told you where to go, which level to go to, if you were having trouble making progress. What would that be? That's an interesting idea, right?
Please, please.
I love that it lets us do mission objective 2 there, but we can't possibly win it because there's another level that we haven't even unlocked that we need to unlock a door on. Like, why is it? What?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I am at the point where I can't even, like,
What are you waiting for?
complain about this, because, like, we've done it. I've done everything I possibly can at this point, and the game is still like, no, you haven't, and it's like, okay, but do you wanna...
Yeah, there's a secret in a corner somewhere.
That's cool and all. Do you want to point me towards it? Would you like to let me know that it exists, so I'm not just blindly running around trying to figure out what's going on? ID holder. We've done this one. I was looking for meaner too.
I am baffled and stumped, and the game doesn't make sense.
Yeah. If we can't
None of the
find
things
any,
are-
if we can't find hints.
Yeah, there's just
Maybe-
nothing to do if we can't find hints.
Yeah.
Game refuses to let us play it.
Okay, that was an
Interesting game. Strange game.
Game heard us constantly say, "Good game, don't play," and it's like, all right, I guess you won't play then. We've been shown up by game. Discover the mana cross.
Not about the sub-objectives. I don't even know what causes it to sometimes give you a hint.
Like I think the way, like, the reason we got a hint the last time is because we died enough that it was like, hey, you should do something. But I don't want to have to stand around and die 5 million times in order to...
See if there's a hint for the...
Yeah.
How did I find the manual for this game? I can't even find that anymore.
Oh, no. Looks like a garbage chute. Can't do anything with the garbage chute.
Saruman does not hold your hand at all, and it's to the point of being unfair. Some of it's due to the clunky combat, some other due to how easy it is to die in some stages, some other to way puzzles are solved. But it's mainly because the game never tells you what you need to do to unlock more stages. It's impossible to beat it without a strategy guide.
Yeah? Yes. Correct. So how do we do this game?
That was just a man on Reddit.
Oh. Well, does man on Reddit have anything more to say?
Okay, on a stage where the secondary mission's locked, if we got a link navigator and hold out 1 over it, We should be able to. Apparently, it takes you to the stage where the locked thing is, where the thing you need to do to unlock it is.
And at what point did the game tell us that that was a
The
thing?
game never said this. This is basically a cheat code.
Perfect.
If it even works and isn't a lie. People like to lie about this game.
It's true. Okay. So we got Link Navigator.
So
R1?
L1.
L1.
What? What it do? That's a cutscene. Is it the grey? It's the grey. Is the grey lines? Is this where the secrets hide? We have done this level so many times. I am confused. That's a cutscene. Half of these are cutscenes.
So
Why does the grey go from and two cutscenes? Do we try watching the cutscene and see if the line stops being grey? Sorry. Can we watch this? And will this make everything fine?
The serpent.
Line is grey? Why did you say no?
because what if I've ruined something? I don't know. Because what's the
This
point of
doesn't-
saving when
Click square for help. Yeah, so grey.
Gray is previous stage.
Yeah, so it was a lie. Grey just means a stage that... It's a lie. It's just a lie.
L1 button. Lock, unlock cursor. Okay.
Yeah, it's a man lying is what it is.
When you enter the hold cursor mode, you can scroll the screen. When you enter the hold cursor mode, sometimes a navigation icon is displayed. Locked icon. Mission 2 is locked until the player manages to activate it in another stage. Key stage icon. This indicates the stage that contains a key to unlock mission 2. Okay, but what does the key stage icon look like? And
Can
the
we
triangle
zoom around
icon.
and see if we can see a key stage?
Yeah.
Just see if there's anything weird on any of the stages. Whom was key stage?
Okay. Oh my god, this is horrible.
All of these just look like blue rectangles. Key stage icon doesn't tell you what the icon is. There is no maybe it's invisible.
I wonder,
Maybe it's a
'cause-
secret icon.
Hold on, where did Tammin go? Where's his day 2-1? Did this say... No. Hold on. Wait.
Wait. So it would be in one of the earlier stages, maybe. So check the other one that's pointing to that's not a cutscene. Risa? What does Risa... I can't remember who Risa is.
That's the stupid sister who dies very quickly.
We could check that first Risa mission? Let me look. Let me see if there's anything in the guide.
It's the abandoned house.
Is it a dream? What is this? Haven't I been here before?
Oh, I can't.
bad wandering around outside
I wasn't
one.
here before.
Oh god.
I wonder if anybody's here. Then again, why would they be sitting in the dark?
Did we check for sub-objectives? We
Pretty sure we did.
Yeah, we did. There's the marker in the abandoned house where there's the invisible hatch on the floor that you have to. Yeah, we definitely did this. 100% we did this.
Mm-hmm.
This is nonsense.
I just wanna know what any of the icons mean. You know? Like, can game can show?
Is Siren scary game? People ask. That's not the link navigator. Can't even. I'm sorry, I'm out of ideas.
No, that's okay. It's... Wait. I found a mission. I found another
How?
mission. I was just poking around.
It's got a fucking time on it. It's time I become the Joker.
Yep.
Do we have a... What is this? Which level is this?
This is Tomoko. It's where we have to run around and escape. But it's not with the nice ones. It's this one. It's the one that we started the stream on.
Is this the right way?
Yeah. I need my idiot child to not be tired all of the time! Why did you turn around, you fool?!
Is it random when they get tired? Because it just seems to happen out of the blue for no obvious reason.
Yeah. I don't know, but I hate it.
Yeah.
That was horrible.
You gotta try running back up the stairs, because if you go down the bit at the end of the level, we're not gonna have time.
I know.
We just have to go past them when they get to the car. How are you still tired? You just sat down for 0.5 seconds. Okay, apparently that is definitely not what he wants. My way is bad and doesn't work. What do you do then? Why is that 2 speedrun ones?
I don't know. I don't know. I hate this though.
Game was not meant to be played.
Can I... Can I use the bell to lure Rifleman? Yes, yes I can.
Super great friend. Knocks the coins over, rings the bell. Hides behind a bush? Does not seem to be time for this, but okay. Gunman goes up to look at the coins. And then he gets real excited. He sees the coins and he does a big honk.
So, when he does the honk, you run past, right? Because he's busy
He
honking.
starts scooping them up.
Fling coins.
And then another guy comes running for the coins.
Ring bell.
He starts the mission by waiting a minute and 20 seconds for them to go look at the coins. And then he ignores the car completely and just runs to the exit.
There's the honk.
Lady got tired. And he got shot. Oh, okay, let me check the actual successful run. Oh yeah, he just didn't get tired on the successful run. You have to run past a guy with a handgun, and if you get tired, you just lose. But otherwise, you can just run to the end.
Okay.
This is dumb as hell.
Yeah, it is.
Then the guy wiggled instead of shooting him. He says it's a lot easier than the other one.
I was gonna say this. There's
Just
it's
that's
also
with a fucking minute of waiting. Why did they do that?
That's horrible.
sorry.
No, it's fine. Get mad about it. It's stupid.
Mad as hell. This game's.
Fling coins.
Why is it like this? It's like they made a cool game, and then they're like, "Hey,
What if we made it awful?
we change this and make it bad as a joke?" Yeah, this is why we were hiding behind this bush. They saw him when he ran out, but like, he was just like, "That's fine." Where are you, rifleman? You gonna do your big honk?
Where's
Oh
the big
boy,
honk?
I see coins! There's the running person who comes after the rifleman to get the rest of the coins. Why is there someone in the way? There isn't supposed to be someone in the way. This might be a complication. Oh, they didn't even see you. They don't have a clue.
They're just
Too busy
looking
scooping
at
those coins. Do the wiggle, do the wiggle. Didn't wiggle, but he might miss. Okay, he didn't even shoot.
Okay, good. 24 minutes or 24 seconds to spare. We're good.
What level?
Holy shit. You know what? It didn't take us a whole fucking hour to finish it, so I'm happy. Now we get to see Mina, because we care so much about her.
Damietta, he should be here by now.
Don't worry, he's often late. Maybe he...
Oh, JK.
Yeah, that one's Mina.
Ew, sissy, go. Back the fuck up. Get your nipple face off me.
I'll wipe your nipple face on your sister. Horrible.
We don't wipe our nipple faces on the people we love.
Awful. Terrible behavior. New level?
New level. Holy shit.
I just had a dream about Miyako.
Miyako? Does she live with your auntie?
No. She's
No.
alone.
Why is it
She
stuttering?
told me she's lonely too. And she said she'd be my sister. She always has a white dog with her.
Oh, that's a
Who is
lady.
Yeah.
It's the weird cat dog thing.
I can't talk about Miyako. You're the only person I've told, Mrs. Staccato. Don't tell Auntie, okay?
Oh
Promise.
no.
I promise.
Do we have to look after the baby again?
She's your secret
Please,
sister.
no.
How about
No.
if I be your mother,
No.
Megumi?
No.
We've definitely reached our lowest point.
Here I was being like, it's gonna be great. Like, yesterday was the worst it possibly could be. It's all uphill from here. I was incredibly wrong. Holy shit, was I wrong?
We just
What are we
ran out of
doing?
things.
Yeah. Okay, we have to escape Karuwari. We have to get past the Iron Gate, which...
We know what gate it is, right?
No.
It's down at the bottom, in the middle. I can mark it on a map. I can do a map for you.
Down here? Mark me a map. Mark me a map.
It's like here somewhere, right? X marks the spot.
That's where the...
That's it.
Yeah. But I'm wondering if they want us to get past, like, a different one, since that one should be open?
Oh, I don't know any other gate.
Okay.
Oh, look it up.
It's either that one or the one towards the church, is what I'm thinking.
That makes sense. But we'd have to go through that gate to get there anyway.
Yeah, so, like, you're right, that's a way that we have to go. Highlighter?
Staccato, what did you do?
Do I want this?
We almost certainly need that for a mission 2 somewhere or something. Just because it doesn't say doesn't mean...
Oh, I wonder if I set fire to the bonfire for
Oh, yeah.
Kyoya? Hold on. Oh, that's not what I'm trying to look at. I'm trying to look at this. Link Navigator, please. No, this is way too late in the day for that, because Kyoya's is, like, back here somewhere.
Yeah, it's one of the first ones.
Okay. Never mind. But maybe we relight it or something. I don't know.
We could try.
I don't know what they want.
No one knows what they want except them.
Yeah.
I'm sure this made perfect sense to the people who've been making it for years and years and years.
They've stared at it for so long, it no longer makes sense. Okay, this is the bottom of the map. Great.
But Def's talking about the game, saying like by the end they tested it so much that they started playing with the left hand. So they inverted the controls, but it's very left-handed. And then it was still too easy by the time they were done when they were playing left-handed.
Have they considered that maybe they should have other people playtest their game?
It's possible. Give this to some playtesters. See if they can work out any of the things they're supposed to be doing.
Right? Ah! Ma'am! doesn't seem to be anything useful. Okay, great.
Bonfire is banned.
Okay, that's fine. I was going out on a limb anyway.
Yeah.
How the fuck is it that this 12-year-old can climb up, but what's-her-fuck couldn't?
17-year-old?
Terrible tomato. That's what they called her in school. Child,
See
come on.
the developing situation here.
I'm sure it's fine.
It's a good strat. Finally, we can use the if you get hit while you're climbing, you fly backwards against the enemies.
I am scared that I'm gonna hit child.
Don't hit child.
Okay.
Are you kidding? It's
Are
fine,
you
there's a ramp. The ramp to the side.
Right, you're right, you're right, you're right. You're right.
Only Kyoya. It's a Kyoya only route.
I was gonna say, like, can literally none of the women pull themselves up from there? That's disgusting.
This lady's a badass. Why can't she climb that?
Okay, that was the correct iron gate. You were right. So we're trying to get to the Tabori settlement?
Okay, past the church.
Yeah. Which makes sense. It does seem bad at the church.
It's possible. Church might not be the best place to be.
I hit X!
It's fine, you got this.
Yeah, but I'm afraid if I take one more hit, I'm gonna just
I
fucking
think you
eat
regenerate over time while you're not getting hit.
Do you?
I think you do.
That seems awfully generous.
It does, but consider, if Tamon gets his heels headbutted 3 times in a row, he dies. Yeah, over the course of a level, Tamon may have his shins headbutted 10 or 11 times and still survive.
Alright, okay. Yeah, okay.
It happens a lot.
It's true. Okay, let's make sure Child is following me. She's doing a very good job of keeping up. I appreciate your hard work right now, Child. There are a lot of people over there.
So, this is what they're carrying. Hide here for now, and run when it's safe. You can do that, can't you?
I have no idea.
Don't worry, I'll be right behind you. Okay.
What are we doing? Oh no.
Harumi! Don't give up. Don't give up.
Is that all you have to say about this child? Hey, hey! Hey!
I see the idea here.
Hey! We're pulling a dog soldiers over here. It's gonna be great.
I'm going to save you.
I have a plan. Pause. Distraction. Hey, gas is on the ground. What should we do? What?
I have to get the Shibito to come closer. Hey! Hey! I'm here! Hey! Hey! No! Hey! I'm here!
Is this actually where you use the yell? Is this, for the first time ever, the correct situation to use the yell in?
I think so. It better have checkpointed me.
It's not that hard a level, we're just very distraught. It's the problem.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Oh, it's not the... Yeah, we're at the church gate, right?
Okay, yeah. Yeah. It's fine.
Yeah, we're real close.
This is fine. This is acceptable and fine. Okay.
Are they deaf? Hello?
So if I just get anywhere near them, they immediately find her.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, because I started getting close and then that happened immediately.
But they didn't say hello back. What do you do?
That is a good question.
Can we get in the car?
Oh, maybe. Okay, hold on. Open valve.
Maybe we can.
On the driver's side. We're doing this backwards, I understand.
Yeah! Honk 'em! It was if you get close to the getter.
Come here!
Lady. You were scaring me for a minute, lady.
Right? Are we gonna set ourselves on fire? Holy shit!
There goes another one. We are running out of characters.
Holy fuck! Wow, bye, Reiko! Well, that was wild. And not at all what I anticipated.
There's now a grey line from that level to this level.
Do you think we can do the second objective?
Oh. Oh. Please. Please. What? Why would that unlock that? They never even met each other.
Find scythe embedded in wall. Maybe the explosion caused the scythe to get lodged into the wall.
I guess it must have done. This is the one where you just do it normally. And we can hide the lady in the room at the side.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get out, you do the thing with the electric panel.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah! Wait, come here.
Siren, why are you like this?
Unlock. Honestly, though...
Oh.
Like, I just give me an indication that a new mission has opened up in a whatever.
And like, so it points to which missions are before that one, and presumably this is meant to give you a hint as to like which levels you could have missed a thing in.
Forget it.
But if there's a level you haven't unlocked, it doesn't have an arrow at all.
Yeah.
It just doesn't tell you about it.
Yeah.
Good luck
And
working that out. Either there's something you missed in one of these levels, or there's a level you've never even seen yet that you have to unlock by doing a different thing in any one of these levels.
Fucking wall.
It's an untenable wall situation. Does he see you?
No. No, he does not.
Really? Kind of sticking out away around that corner. He is looking around. Oh, okay.
Go back into your cabinet.
And a lot of sounds. Then we get the key. There's a key in this bathtub.
A very normal key that is just a key and nothing else. See,
Yeah.
just a key. Just a key.
Yeah, key.
Just a key. normal, wonderful, lovely key. Okay. And then we go in here, and we open the drawer, and we take the wire cutters,
and the extra man comes in. Why were you here, gunman?
I hate how much they stagger. I hate how far back they go when you hit them.
You were fine, and then he just wiggled one step too far.
Horrible.
And the whole situation ends in disaster.
Okay. This is fine. This is fine. Get me out of here. Let's go.
Dummy.
Hate this girl.
Forget it.
Who's the dummy? The person who steps on a bad floorboard and it falls away underneath them, or the person who sees the hole in the floor and then drops the wallet down it?
Right though. Okay, go away.
Bye bye. Bye, gunman.
Okay, go.
Bye bye. Guess there's no one in this corridor. Better leave.
Alright, bye! Okay, bye! Pull that chain! Give me that key! See, just a key. There's nothing there. Just key. Why are you crouching? You fool. Does he come out because he hears me running?
It's possible.
Is that what that is? No! No shout! Excuse you. Pick up. Turn around. Go out. Run down.
Confident. Oh, this one's bad.
My dude. My dude. Oh.
Kinda scary.
I was horrified.
Now we have to fight Floor Boy, remember?
It is floor man time.
Ah.
Every time. Okay.
You did
No,
that when
no,
the camera
no.
was just staring straight at Kyoya's face.
Okay. Come here. Do you need me to open that door for you? Or yeah, you do. Okay, come here. We gotta go. It's time to go. Leave house. Okay. I decided I would implement the turnaround button that I have, and panicked as soon as I did because I realized I wasn't ready to whip around that fast.
I thought you panicked because the camera was up one of your nostrils and you couldn't see the man.
I mean, also that there was a lot to be worried about in relation
It was
to that.
a bad situation.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
Oh, this is the man in the house who it doesn't like the dark, right?
Yeah, so we gotta come around this way. Are you coming?
There is a gunman somewhere. I think he'll be in the house now, but be wary of gunmen.
Yeah. This is a knife, lad.
No!
Ma'am, don't worry. Oh, God.
It's a knife lid. An aspiring knife grandma.
We all gotta start somewhere, right? Okay, ma'am.
You okay? Weird.
Coming?
That's cheating. You're doing cheats. He's got a gun and he's
No!
doing cheats.
You bastard!
He did it. He's putting the cheat codes. He just gets to. Why did what? Why? Why is that allowed?
We better have started outside the house. Okay.
We did.
Whoa. The way I would have immediately just canceled this entire series if I had to do this fucking level again. Okay. Keep coming, ma'am.
Do we just wait for the man to stand up? Where is man? What is happening? Okay. Yep, that's fine, normal. Nothing wrong with
Fine.
that.
There's Gunman.
Ah,
I think?
it just stops there and has a nap. Taking forever.
Okay, well,
I'm gonna do that power box. Loose hinge.
let's just remove the casing and switch that off.
And then the man in there will come out because there is a man in there. Hopefully. Is that his torch from inside the house?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Do you want to come out of the house? Man? You don't like the dark? Oh.
Nope.
Gunman can grab? This is fine. We got this. Mm. Does the give up button just look bigger and shinier every time?
Yes. Yes, it does.
This game is your FF2. This is a curse that you've been laden with. I'm so sorry.
What have I done? What did I
didn't
do
know.
to deserve this?
You'll have grown as a person when you finally defeat Siren, though. It's fine.
What god have I angered?
You'll be the most powerful version of yourself when we get through this.
I don't want to be that version of me. That version of me is angry and bitter. And miserable.
Why was there a man lying on the ground here the first time?
I wonder-
As if we killed him.
I wonder if that was Gunman from inside and it like glitched or something.
I guess. Because that's where he's supposed to be on mission 1, but we're on mission 2. So he was dead, but he was still...
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know. I don't know. I just know I'm gonna eat a candy bar after this.
You deserve a candy bar after this.
I deserve a candy bar.
Okay, he hates the dark. Absolutely. Oh, I bloody hate this. Oh, jeez. Oh, I gotta get out.
Who saw me?
He might have heard you wiggling.
That's fine.
It's fine, because he's still gotta come out if he wants to know what the wiggling's about.
Come here. I heard him.
He's definitely heard you. Gotta be him. Is he out? He is out.
Ah! You can't grab me!
Can grab. Hey, it's a scythe embedded in wall. You did it. You found it. There's a scythe.
Accomplished! Yes!
Scythe detected. Wild, I saw that. No way the game could continue without seeing that.
That fucking candy bar!
Yeah! Are we on Vampire Survivors?
That'll be.
Was that English?
Yeah.
What's a Yakko doing? Who's a Yakko?
I don't fucking know.
I wish it was only you that had disappeared.
Eating my candy
Then this
bar.
wouldn't have happened.
Good.
Or maybe you could have done everyone a favor and disappeared. I'm sure Jeanne would have preferred that.
What? What? Are you crazy? You know, June is my fiancé.
Why are you so afraid to die? Would you rather live on as a monster?
What? You can talk. You're the sacrificial lamb. Act like one.
I knew it. She doesn't get it at all.
Legend of Princess Konohana? Isn't that the bamboo princess?
That were
From
cool.
the moon?
Everything. All the story stuff seems really interesting. It's just getting to it.
Getting to it is an
Freya.
actual fucking nightmare.
With a Joker now.
It's fine.
With
Don't
the
worry
Clown
about
Prince
it.
of Crime collectively.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright. We saved.
In Harumi.
Harumi is the lady. Oh, that's the girl.
Yeah, the 7-year-old.
Yeah. Oh! Oh! Tomoko got her parents. They're all together now. Fantastic. Good for them.
I don't think the house is abandoned.
Something tells me that people are in the house. Okay. Enter rest mode. We saved. Get me the fuck out of here. And there's a pronoun redemption. I use she, her pronouns. I don't think anyone's here for a pronoun redemption though, Freya. So thank you, but I'm sorry, I'm so fucking over that. That was horrible. I want to know about the story, but it's dumb.
But how do we get there? The game doesn't tell you what level anything is on
Right?
that you need. There are items hidden throughout the levels that you need to unlock further levels or just to make the future levels mission doable. It will not tell you where they are.
Mm-hmm.
There is no way to find them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You just have to use your third eye. You have to use your crystal ball.
Mm-hmm.
You have to ask the magic mirror what the developers were thinking, what
Mhm.
level they were thinking of, and then you go there, and then you can get the item, and then you can keep going.
I've eaten my candy
Amy
bar now.
redeemed a hydrate.
I see that. I can do a hydrate now that I've eaten my fucking candy bar because I deserved it.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I feel better. We just had a moment where I just about had a fucking mental breakdown because of this goddamn game. It's fine. It's fine. We're doing Vampire Survivors now. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna update the stream title. Or not stream title. What am I doing? Vampire Survivors is what I'm doing. Game is real fucking cool, and then it says, hey, what if we made the cool parts not great because there's a bunch of other bullshit that you have to navigate around, but we're still gonna keep you hooked with our story. This is how they do it. This is how they get you.
This is how they get you.
This is how they fucking
This
get
was
you.
a ploy to subject you specifically to horrible bullshit.
Yes, correct. This is fine. It's fine. Hey, should we play as Pop P? In the Bad Lunar?
I like Pop P.
episode?
I like the Song of Mana. It's really good.
I love Song of Mana.
When you
By
get
the way.
loads of duration, it just lasts forever and just kills anyone who comes above or below you. Great.
It's very good. Look at us go! We're already doing it. Give me that ebony wing. Enobi.
Alright.
Already. I don't want any of these actually.
Tempted by the cat, but the cat is awful.
I actually had a pretty good cat run earlier. When you evolve cat, it becomes giant fire eyeballs that turns things to gold.
But why?
So
Why
that's
does
cool.
cat go?
Cat becomes eyeball.
But I want whole cat,
No, just
Not-
eyeball.
not just eyeball.
No, just eyeball.
Oh,
No, just eyeball.
seems like a downgrade.
Just eyeball.
Seems like you're just missing most of the cat now.
You are. But it is very good, especially when you get Candelabrador, because then it's just giant flaming eyeballs everywhere, and that's pretty cool.
How would the cat like the Labrador? These are mortal enemies.
I don't know, but it's cool. Is it? Nah, it's just we're just getting weapons. You just find weapons and then you make them cooler. You find bad trash and then you say, "What if we made it neat?" And then
Why
it's
if we
great.
picked Gallic every run forever?
I mean, I do.
Song
pretty
Mana's very
much.
good though.
Yeah, but we already have Song of Mana.
Yeah,
So what if?
big.
That's true. We do like big Song of Mana.
There'll be more Gallic. It's fine.
I am trying to like make everything be upgraded in a single run. Excuse me, but I don't think that's gonna happen because I don't have the stupid skull for Song of Mana.
If you get well, you do need like more stuff. But
Yeah.
also, if you get a few rerolls, that's a lot easier. Or even skips or whatever, just so you don't have to pick an item that means you can't get the achievement.
Yeah.
If you...
Yeah. It's fine. Let's do Santa Water. Because we love Santa Water here.
Big the Cat would be a better evolved form of cat. Big the Cat is the evolved form of cat. He's gotta find Frog.
I'm scared.
Froggy. Give it a go.
Very good. Yeah, we need
Have
to...
3 frogs and 1 pog.
I was gonna try and combine frog and pog, but I still just got pog or frog. And it's Yeah.
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 it's tricky.
Okay, I need.
Have you had the combined birds yet?
Yes, I have.
Familiar. Love it.
Very good and very
and you can
gay.
level up even more, and it goes to like level a billion.
Yeah, no, it's very
You
good.
Just
I love it.
I don't know what's happening. The screen's just exploding. It's great.
I love Bird.
Krog Legend of the Gobbos.
Croc.
Good game.
Have they announced Croc 3 yet? Have they announced Gex 4? When are any of these happening?
One that like someone told me there was a rumor that Square Enix were gonna finally stop being cowards and re-release Gex.
It might have been me as a joke to get your hopes up.
Could have been.
This sounds like a thing I would do.
What? When will the cowards make Gex 4?
Never, because they're cowards.
Why are they like this?
redemption and a shrimp check. All right.
Stretch.
Ooh, good deal. Good deal. We're gonna get Pomarola immediately because I do want garlic. I've decided it's garlic time.
Great garlic, so good.
It
just takes up so much of the screen.
Yeah. It's very good. Love it. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to figure out where I'm going. Just up. That's where the coffin is, and that's where those cards are. So up we go. It's up time. Everything
up.
feels so much better when you're not playing Siren. Hey, life is really good when you're not playing Siren, everyone. Take it from me, someone who plays Siren. Don't do it to yourself. No matter what you're feeling, don't do it.
If it gets too much, we can
No,
maybe
listen,
quit Siren and watch the Let's Play in forever.
I mean,
Are we in it forever now? Are we stuck here in Hanuda Village?
we have made it 10 plus hours in game. We have done at least 20 hours of streaming with this game. I'm not ready to give up yet.
Is this sunk cost fallacy though?
Yes.
Is this sunk zombie costs that we're looking at?
Wait. No, that's for. Sorry, I was. That is for something else. Okay. That's for the guns.
Yeah.
Tirigisu gun. Because we want cake gun. Gun cake.
I think we can muddle through. Do you think we have gone from like, hey, let's play Siren, to do you think it's possible for a human to finish Siren?
Do you think anyone has actually completed Siren? Or are they liars?
I did like one of the devs write the game FAQs guide, and then everyone else who's ever beat it has just followed the game FAQs guide step by step.
I mean, I believe it. Listen, it's some bullshit, and I don't think a sane, functional human being could beat Siren without selling their soul to some devil, some beast of darkness, going absolutely batshit insane, or possibly doing a murder. So
What if we both go half insane or do half a murder?
the way I
What if
tried
we just
to
punch
understand
someone really hard
how
and then
half a murder would work.
just punch him real hard?
You just punch them real hard, and it's like when you're kids and you're playing cops and robbers or whatever. You go bang bang, you're dead. It's that you punch them really hard and you go, you're dead now. I've done a murder. I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
You're half dead now. I've done half a murder.
I've done half a murder. You can't charge me with anything. I haven't actually killed you. I gotta go. I don't know. I'm super motivated to try and beat this game, but also we're not even halfway through, and
We've got
feel
to be
like
more than
I'm-
halfway through.
Well, I mean, I guess
Because
we
everyone dies.
Yeah.
You did one, so it's only
Yeah.
like...
No, you're right. You're
yeah,
right.
you left.
As I think about this, we have killed off half the cast in the last just this weekend. Just this weekend, we've killed off pretty much everyone.
Yeah, there's the baby, there's Tamon, there's
There's
Kyoya.
Shiro. Yeah, Kyoya's still
Yeah.
around. And Shiro's still
around.
around.
The sister who wasn't the nipple face is still around.
Risa's
But he didn't
still
look
kicking.
good.
Yeah,
we
she
didn't
did-
see her die, but
I don't think she's gonna be around for much longer.
that looked like a bad situation.
Yeah. Definitely not ideal for her, but you know what? That's okay because she's an interesting character in that she can't do shit.
The umbrella she gets, by the way, is also the weakest weapon in the
Of
entire
course
game.
it is! It took like 50 hits to kill one Shibito, and it was down for like 30 seconds. That was horrible! I had high
be
hopes for
damned.
the umbrella. This is why
Nothing
you
else
jab.
good comes from this experience. We at least got to look at Tamon.
It's true. I miss Tamon already. I hope he's okay. Maybe
You know
we
nip-
quit
You know the nipple face. Everyone knows the
know.
nipple face.
the nipple face.
Yeah.
Like when the brains go squish. It's true, I do.
That's happening right now. The brain's
is.
done.
No brain here, only squish.
Holy squish.
Only squish. Oh, I gotta update some of those quotes to get rid of context. Not that the quarry helps with, you know, context of that,
Yep.
but
We are dangerously close to quote 69.
it's true. 67's the last one that we had today from Emmy, which means we have one more quote that we can put in before we have to make number 69 just be nice. Listen, I don't want any of this garbage game.
What would you want to never look at again in this
X. Never again.
run? Not an X fan.
I am fine with Axe, but
It shows up all the time.
it's not what I want. It's not what we need or want or desire. I have a weapon that goes up and down. So like, why would I need Axe?
Yeah, Axe is a mono up situation.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm here for the stereo up situation, you know, where it goes up in that other direction.
Anti up. What's it?
Anti-up.
Reverse up. You know the one.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright, what is happening?
Nega up.
Nega up. Do I still need... What do I need? Nothing. I can
All
do
you
this.
can't get, the birds will do themselves, that's fine.
Yeah, and then I have the...
Yeah, you go.
Orb for Santa
And
Water
then we got
and...
Pomerella in case we meet Gallic at some point.
Yeah, I would like garlic, please. Game. I would
Damn,
love some
wanna
garlic.
get galled.
Garl me up, game! Also just want this boss to go away. Just give me your bits, boss. Thank you. Pichone! Sweet, sweet Pichone. We love Pichone. Garl!
That's some gal right there.
I've been garled! Everything is right with the world. We're not playing Siren, and I've been garled.
Oh, Siren's a lot, man.
Yeah,
The whole thing.
I'm super invested in whatever weird story it's trying to tell, and
Yeah, it's just not navigating us around between the levels very well.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
just have to work out why Yoriko won't pick up the fucking picture on that one level.
Yeah.
Is it because there's another level we haven't done?
Probably.
Maybe we wouldn't know because we haven't seen it.
Also, look at these guys just melt.
You
You
Song
love
of
to
Mana,
see
man.
it. Song of Mana, very good.
You'd think from what it does, it'd just do a little bit of damage. But you'd be
No.
wrong. It does quite a lot of damage.
It's so good. Oh, I do love me some Empty Tome, though. I'm holding out for Candelabrador. Because I like it when it's big. I like it when my screen is just bullshit. Although duration of weapon effects is also very good. Ugh! Get out of here, Stone Mask. Nobody likes you.
Spellbind is really good for Song of Mana, but so is Candelabrador.
Right? Right? I'm fine if I don't get Candelabrador.
Duplicator though. Only the birds and the crosses and the holy water benefit from Duplicator.
Yeah, it's not
And the
worth
bird-
it.
Yeah, Vandalier is going to shoot so many bullets that whatever's underneath it will be dead, so it doesn't matter if it has Duplicator.
Yeah.
This might be the rare situation where Duplicator is
Where you
not the
just-
correct choice.
Just don't need it. It's not
And
necessary.
also, Vandalier kind of likes having more area as well.
Yeah. Again, if we can, like, I'll take something else if it doesn't show up in the next couple of levels.
Yeah.
But consider, game, think about it. Just think about it. How cool would that be?
Thinking about that candelabra.
Best Candelabrador. What a good candle. The goodest of candles, if you will.
Good.
This is tragic.
Do you like Attractor as well as it being what you need to upgrade the Holy Water? Because I'm a fan of Attractor.
I like it in certain situations. I like it in levels like this and the library. And I guess, like, generally, it's also kind of nice just because you end up being able to pick up orbs without having to move too much, which does end up being a problem in late game. That whole moving thing ends up being real difficult. This is horrible. It's fine. Garl's doing some work.
Yeah, just gal them all. This is fine.
Randomazo enables the unlocking and activation of arcanas. These are, you've just said words at me. I don't know what any of this means. Excuse me?
Saraband of Healing. This item kind of cracked, man. It's kind of a lot.
What happens if I take these?
You just you start with one at the start of a run, and you can pick up 2 more during it. The special chests will drop at certain points that give you another one. But yeah,
Okay,
you just have them. You don't
okay,
lose
so-
nothing. You didn't take up any slots. It's fine.
That's what
It's
I was
just good.
concerned about.
See you,
Well,
friend.
thanks for stopping in, Freya. I hope work goes well. We'll see you later, friends. Okay. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. Look at us go. We're incredibly slow and everything sucks, but it's fine. Nothing can touch us. These fool witches think that they can hurt me.
Hey witches, please stop.
You can't
Block
touch me.
lancing my buddy Kaysh. She's trying her best.
It's fine. They just say I'm not part of the turbo team. I have to go slow. And that's alright. We've done enough running around this weekend. It's great. There's a chest down here and I want it, but it seems like it is incredibly far away and I don't think it's worth going after it at this point. But I am determined. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, who died down here?
I guess your thing's always shooting behind you, the Song of Mana.
Jesus Christ.
You must have just come onto the screen for 1 second to explode. At least he dropped the triple chest, that's thoughtful. If he's gonna be a hassle.
I mean, you upgraded my birds.
Yeah.
So this is great and wonderful.
Who would put birds in a chest?
Fools, that's who.
Horrible.
Get in there, Pachone. Okay, witches, please.
New rule, witches. You're not allowed to clock lance at anyone.
Ever again. Not just me, just anyone. Can't do it to anyone anymore. Banned. Thanks. I wanted my luck to go up, I guess. Whatever.
I don't like Clover. Clover sucks.
Clover
you just
is
get
useless.
across the grid.
Yeah,
Means that sometimes you get 4th optional level up, but like it's not even
it's not worth it.
remotely consistent, and that's
No.
not that good a bonus anyway. Like
No.
normally something you'd find with taking in the 3 things that are there.
Right?
Oh hey, you got 4th one. It's cross. Great.
Yeah, but
Guess
yeah,
I'll
but-
pick Empty Toe.
yeah, I don't care for Clover. I will only take it if I plan on upgrading Cross. That's it. And usually I
You're
don't
like-
end up taking Cross. Candelabrador! Hell yeah!
God,
Sorry. Very excited about this. Everything is great. Everything is great. Let's go, Empty Tome. Yeah. Like, I like, barely take Cross ever. I've been having fun with it lately, but, like, it's not one that I, like, default to very
Yeah.
often. Because I got other cool things to use. What is this? Hey, I found the thing.
It's Mirror.
Hey, I've melted everyone. It's Guitar Boy! Thanks. Thanks, what's your name? I know you have a guitar. Look at how cool this dude is. Conchetta!
Cassia.
Welcome, Conchetta. How do I leave? How do leave?
You should probably leave.
Okay, there we go. I touched the mirror and it still wouldn't let me leave. I was scared. I have released Conchetta and have taken their place. Is that everyone or everything that I needed to do here? Oh my god, please. Okay, sure, yes, great, lovely, perfect. Yeah, yes, all of these, great.
Fun
Yeah,
wiki
there's a-
fact. Conchetta is an Italian female name. It means conceived and is a reference to the Immaculate Conception. Cassiata is a type of cheese.
The immaculate cheese.
Immaculate cheese.
Look, all cheese is immaculate, unless it's stinky and blue.
It might be a stinky blue cheese.
Oh.
Let me check. I'll send a picture.
If it's a stinky blue cheese, then I can't have it. Get it out of here. Garl.
That looks like a good cheese.
Does it?
That looks like a solid cheese.
Not a holy cheese? Not
It's
a
got
Swiss?
holes.
Oh, so it's not a holy one. Oh, hey, my camera froze and no one told me. Hey.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Wasn't looking.
Yeah, but you're busy doing other things. Someone else
Sending you
should've told
pictures of cheese, Kish. I could have took 5 minutes out of my busy schedule.
me. Nah, no, you couldn't.
Holy
It's fine.
cheese.
Is it a holy cheese? It is a ooh.
Immaculate.
It the inside kind of looks like it would be soft like a brie.
Yeah. Looks like good cheese.
I'd eat that cheese. But again, there aren't many cheeses I wouldn't eat.
Get me my immaculate cheese.
I need need it. Whoa! Whoa! Game, I need to be able to move because you're trying to explode me.
Gam, stop leveling me up while you try and explode me.
It's not okay. You cannot do this.
What a cunning trap. It starts an explosion and then the level up screen pops up 50 times.
Horrible. I think we're gonna do just fine on this level. Something tells me that Puppy on the up down level kinda busted. It's like Ramba on the library. It's just you fools! What have you done? Get Ramba with Candelabrador. Get those big mine carts. Nothing can touch you.
Oh, silly minecart man.
I also love Silly Minecart Man.
It's not silly Gallic man, but we do love him.
I love Poe. Just out for a walk. These idiots. These actual idiots. Melting beneath the power of my song of mana. Somebody dropped a chest up here, and I want it.
I checked the camera so I could see the dance.
That is more or less what the dance is every time. It's either the big arms or just kind of wiggling back and forth. It's great. You gotta dance! You gotta dance when the chests come up.
The wiggle arms are just the general sway.
Yeah! You just gotta move is the thing.
Yeah.
Do whatever dance you want to do, but you gotta move.
I'm doing a timid sway in the background when it's
Perfect.
on.
Good. Also, this is ridiculous. We haven't even fully upgraded everything and I already can't see shit. I am kind of exploding though, because these bad dragons don't go away.
Take more than one hit from the Song of Mana. Ridiculous. Get 'em out of here.
Horrible. They
Shouldn't
gotta
be
go.
allowed.
They gotta go. Hey.
There are chickens like everywhere.
Yeah, I'm not worried. I just need to be conscientious of getting hit so that I don't continue to get hit. You know. But we got
Part of
chickens
the difficulty
everywhere.
is working out that you're being hit before you die in Vampire Survivors.
Yeah.
Because it's so hard to see what's going on.
Yeah. Carl.
Some of the enemies kill you in like 1 second if you don't notice them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not great.
Some of the some of the evolved weapons, like my eyes just defocus and I can't
Oh, 100%.
to protect me.
You just have to play the game based on sound at that point.
Yeah, you gotta echolock it.
Okay, how close close to this. I'm not anywhere near this freaking rune. This is horrible.
Yeah, it's a spellbinder.
It is. Couldn't remember what the name was, but it looked like a rune, so that's what we were calling it.
Ah.
But I want it. Give me that seventh passive. Let's go.
Secret
Oh.
move. You pick 6 items, and then you pick up the item that's already on the map.
Yeah. Okay, good. That one wasn't nearly as far as I thought it was gonna be. Good.
Chandelier.
Hey!
Bird gap.
Best bird. Best bird.
Smash the 2 birds together into the rainbow bird.
Gay bird. Gay bird. Go, my gay bird. Get
We'll
them.
destroy the enemy.
Do I not? Oh, it's because he smashed them together. Okay, I was like,
Yeah?
what
Yeah,
happened?
You glued both birds together to make a bigger bird.
I did. It's fine. This is great and wonderful. Now I have to figure out what other weapon I want. What? let me just look real quick. Could I get Magic Wand? We could... It's Magic Wand or it's Dagger. And I hate
Yeah,
Dagger.
Axe was destroyed.
Yeah.
I don't
That's
like
fine.
Dagger either.
It would
I
be
don't
fine if
wanna
I don't want to
fist-
aim.
Yeah, I don't want to have to aim. Too much
Right.
effort.
Honestly. Alright, this is fine. So we'll get Magic Wand. My good close friend, Magic Wand. We'll just walk this way. Hey!
I met my friend, Magic Wand.
We're just gonna keep walking this way, and it's fine. Jesus, we're still so far away.
Watching the rainbow bird go crazy.
It's very good. Look at him go! Best bird.
99% of these bullets are missing, but there's so many bullets.
Right, hold on. I
Doesn't
have to
even
pause for
matter.
a second because my webcam decided to stop functioning again. Webcam, please.
The game's not paused, by the way, but it's fine.
Oh, I
Just
know. Oh, I know.
Yeah, okay.
It was a calculated risk. I understood what I was doing. Done that a handful of times while playing. Sometimes you just gotta stop paying attention. We could do Clock Lancet.
Did Lancet's allowed? If you're trying to do the thing, get to minute 31, I
Yeah.
would recommend Clock Lancet with Laurel.
Okay. Okay.
Because
that makes
otherwise he
sense.
just kills you immediately as soon as he shows up before you
Yeah.
can aim the Clock Lancet at him.
Yeah, that makes sense. Horrible. I did see you got that achievement though. Good job.
Done a couple of levels to minute 31, I think.
Look at you go.
I did
I
one
can
this
only-
morning.
I can only dream of such achievements right now. I have gotten over half of the achievements for this game thus far, and I may have already put 21 hours into this game.
It's quite a lot of vampire surviving.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Whoa!
Purple man.
Those guys did not immediately evaporate upon me walking onto the screen, so just slow down a little bit. We're almost there.
Came so
Perfect.
far from your spellbinder.
Right? Magic wand.
Magic wand.
Let's go. Hi, Spellbinder, I see you.
There he
Excuse me, Purple Man, I gotta get in here. Thank you. Okay, now we can just kind of chill out here. It's gonna be great. There's a chest up there. Garl! Let's go.
You just yelled Bal.
Said Garl,
Oh, okay.
not Barl. Garl with a G.
Big gal. Wow.
Barl. Big Garl. Sometimes you just gotta get dang excited about your Garl moment.
I'm very excited for this gal.
Give me that spellbinder. Let's go.
About 50% of the screen is now within the area that they take damage over time and also fly back if you hit them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fine. Also, it heals you.
Yeah. It's very good. If you look closely, you can kind of see the dark circle.
Yeah. It's
Also,
underneath
the
the rainbow beams.
Chest is so far away.
Chess. What are you doing over there?
You can't hit me, game. I am untouchable. Listen.
Give me Vandalier. You're not gonna hit me.
Useless. Can't all be winners, I suppose.
Clover. Awful.
Alright, we'll just hang out here now. Nope.
Oh, you are only allowed to gain 2 more levels, though.
Can I?
1 more now. Yeah.
Wait, why? You can only wait.
It's just waiting for you to realize it was a stupid joke.
Don't scare me like that. The amount of panic that just caused me. You're a monster.
You're a level 68. You gotta stop
Oh,
on
okay, I understand.
You're not getting to level 420 in 7 minutes.
I mean, you don't know. Ah!
You don't know. You got revive!
Oh, we're fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
I stopped paying
You
attention for
leveled
a
up
minute.
even, you're better than fine.
I was too busy panicking about not being able to level up to pay attention to what was happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice. We are level 69. It's fine.
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
We played
We
a
had
lot of Siren today. I shouldn't say things that are confusing and scary.
You know what? It's fine. We had a revive. It didn't actually ruin anything. It's fine. And I've got like 6 minutes left of this run, so it's fine.
Yeah.
And now I'm
Santa's
not-
water.
Right? Look. Here we go. Hold on. I need more Santa's water. I'm gonna wait before I grab that chest.
Ooh, I like this strategy.
Look, I can plan ahead sometimes.
Not a lot of tactics in Vampire Survivors, but
Sometimes you gotta plan when you can grab your chests.
yeah,
Give me that.
I love those. It's so good.
Yes! Yes! Well, still wait.
If only
It's
we
fine.
had more love, we could have got Santa's water.
It's fine. Hey, look! There's another chest! Isn't this great? I need these lion scorpions to go away. Hey, buddies?
They're going
Hey,
away
buddies?
pretty quick. Take more than one hit. They are very slow, and they are walking on Santa's water a lot.
Yeah. I was hoping that this was gonna be a triple chest. It's fine, I guess. You just want me to have the magic wand. I understand. I get it, game. I get it.
Just banned from Santa water.
I just want Santa water.
A drop of Santa water, please.
Just a
We're so
thimbleful.
thirsty. Watch out for the giant crab.
Yeah, that's a lot. Santa water. Let's go.
More crab than it was when you met him.
Why is crab?
Why is crab?
Why is crab? Give me that upgraded Santa's water. Santa water, Santa water. Let's go.
Fine, it was from.
I'm scared.
It's just water. Stilton.
That's not water Santa. Are his claws getting bigger?
Yeah. And then they're exploding.
Okay, I understand. I see. I see. Well, you know what I have. Oh God.
It's fine. There's a power up. Oh, he died.
Yeah.
He's gone. One of his claws is still there. What is happening? Okay, it's fine. Crab
Don't
result.
worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Also, the water skeleton left. It's all good.
Everything is fine. I just need one more level for Wand, please.
You don't need to know what's happening if you win it.
It's
fine.
true. Look, I have my health. There's a huge gap between me and all of the monsters. We're doing great.
Yeah.
I like that the upgraded Santa's water does move towards you, so just like in the center, if you aren't moving, is just this horrible convergence of death.
It gets bigger as it goes towards you as well.
Yeah! It's very good. I love it. Here for it.
Thank you, Santa.
Merry Christmas!
It's just what we wanted.
Just wanna upgrade my shit, please. Thank you. Well, it's not the shit that I wanted to upgrade, but you know what? That's okay.
They need to add an evolution for the Vandalier.
Oh my god, can you imagine?
What's the point leveling it up all the way if you can't evolve it? Come on.
It's true. Alright. Boy exploded. Maybe this'll be a triple chest? No, of course not. Maybe it'll give me my wand, though. Consider chest. Thank you. Perfect. Great. Ding ding did it.
We need an upgrade. That's the guns combined with the bird.
Oh my
With
god.
the Vandalier. The upgraded guns that fire the beams. Give those to the Vandalier.
Yes. Yes.
And he just fires those at this rate across the whole screen.
I do want, like, as they work on the game more, I do want, like, more upgrades or more evolutions. And having evolutions of evolutions would be dope.
Yeah. But they have to cover up even more of the screen than the
Oh,
current
absolutely.
evolutions if they're evolved evolutions.
I want,
That only makes sense.
I want my game to be so fraught with visual noise that my computer starts sounding like it's gonna explode. This is what I want. Thank you for the bracer. Appreciate
If the
it.
upgraded upgrades cannot make my computer catch fire, what is the point?
Yeah! No, honestly! I want to lose all of the frames just from it being ridiculous. I was confused as to why I wasn't moving. It's because I was against a wall and I could not see it.
Game did used to sometimes have problems with frames. They've made it so much better. I could do so much bullshit recently without it dropping frames.
Beautiful.
On my computer. They've
Done
done
a
such
lot
a
of-
good job.
Done a lot of stability stuff. Good for them!
Back in the day, I
Love
had
it.
to turn off the damage numbers because I figured they were making the game run slower.
I mean,
I
there
think for,
are a lot of them on the screen. Many
Like the last
numbers.
5 minutes of every run, it was just running at like half speed.
Oh no! Oh jeez. And of course here's the triple chest that I wanted earlier. It's fine.
Mandalorian and 2 look.
Yeah, it's fine.
Probably running out of things to get, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, I only have one more Vandalier. There we go. That's it! We've done it! With 1 minute to spare! That usually never happens.
Maximum bird.
Usually by the time I hit the, 10 minutes left, I've already upgraded everything. It's because I
Nice.
skipped a bunch of shit earlier.
And because Bandolier needs extra upgrades.
Yeah.
Fun to take, because you get more upgrades, so there's less time when you're just getting big coin back.
Yeah. What if I just stand here? What if I just finish out the last 30 seconds just standing here?
I just stand here and Bird just does it.
What if we just watch all of the
Bird
beauty
just
that's
goes.
happening? Wow.
Phew.
It's gorgeous. I love to see it.
Really makes you think, but I have no idea what of.
It's making me think that I need to take some Tylenol before I go to bed because I think this is giving me a headache. What is happening?
It's fine. You won. That's what winning looks
Oh,
like.
it's okay. No, it's the meteor shower. I was like, I don't recognize. Where is the Grim Reaper? Where is man who comes and kills me?
Where is the man?
It's just the meteor shower. It's fine.
You got a canister.
Yeah. And I have so many unlocks that just happened. So many achievements. How are we on our collection? 69 to 98! I gotta quit the game now.
Oh, jeez.
Well, that was a good 23 hours of Vampire Survivors. Never
Nice,
again. Nice. And 72 of 113 unlocks. Getting there. We're getting there. Almost have all these done. Gotta start putting stuff into Curse now.
Yeah.
Oof.
Gotta get that curse. Make the enemies stronger.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a little too
Catch
easy
up.
now.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, that's what we got for now. Where is
That was
my
a
browser?
whole Siren. Siren was
was-
performed.
There was Siren. Siren was involved in stream tonight. Yeah, I don't have much to say about Siren right now. It was a thing. Maybe we mess around with it a little bit this week. Go back and replay some of the old episodes, old whatever chapters, levels. See if we can find.
We'll see how
shit.
morale is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just so Siren.
It
There's
is
so
very
much Siren in there.
There's so much Siren in there. Hi, Devo. Yeah.
I think for Siren 2, we can probably just not.
Yeah, no, we're not playing the second one. No. Blood Curse out of the question. It's not happening.
That's the remake. There's just straight up a Forbidden Siren 2.
Isn't that only available in Europe, though?
Yeah.
I mean, I know I
but-
could get bios and stuff for that, but, effort.
But it's fine, because we're never going to play it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Hi, Devo. Devo is screaming at me. It's fine. Okay. It is now starting to get very hot in here again. Hi, what are you doing?
Well, like,
Yeah.
halfway through the Let's Play, I think, but we've done some of the stuff from later in it as well.
Okay. Okay. Ugh.
And also, no more of the levels are called Time Limit than the one where you plays after the Tomoko one.
There's no more
Because 3
speedrunning
of them
ones?
are called Time Limit, and one of them is the Akira one.
Wait, if there's 3...
It was the Taman one where you have to hear the announcement. I think people think that's on a timer, but it's actually not.
Okay.
Because you hear the announcement like 2 minutes into the level, and I think the one guide suggests that you have to get to the top of the tower before that, but you don't. It's fine.
You don't.
Yeah.
We did it. It was fine. That guide is full of bullshit anyway. I will fight the creator of that guide.
I genuinely think someone wrote a guide, and then every other guide that's ever been made is just copying that one guide, just following the exact steps.
Would not be shocked, honestly. Alright. Normally, we would,
Pat 24 is called Spider School.
That sounds horrible. Well, wait, no, we've
been
already...
to Spider
Yeah,
School.
never mind. Excuse me, I know what that is. Listen. Before we raid out, it looks like... I usually don't look, but it doesn't look like we have a ton of people here tonight. We could just not raid out, which I think I would be fine with because it is hot and I am tired.
Yeah, alright.
And yeah,
I ain't really got anyone on unless we're too tired to meet a new friend.
I think I'm too tired to meet a new friend. New friends deserve all of our attention.
Yeah.
And I cannot offer that right now.
Nimbly is on.
We could go say hi to Nimbly.
Yeah.
Nimbly, what is Nimbly doing?
I'll help you calm down after Siren.
It is true. Alright, let's... What am I doing? Raid messages. If people are gonna come raid. There they are. There's the messages.
Seems to be doing those whole quizzes where it's...
Oh no! I understand.
I don't know if she's finding out what Organization 13 character she is or something like that. Seems to be going on.
Probably which Genshin Impact character they are.
Yeah, probably that.
It's gonna be fine. Let's go say hi to Nimbly. We love Nimbly. Nimbly's always good. Good, chill time after a harrowing, terrible, horrible Siren session.
Siren. Why do you like this?
Siren, you have made some choices. Why have you made these choices? But yeah, we're gonna go say hi to Nimbly. I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully, if it's not too hot. I'll do some The Last of Us 2. I want to get back into that. Yeah, I think that's about all I got. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. It's Nimbly time. Sorry, my brain just shut down. It's Nimbly
time.
Alright, raiding over. Goodbye!